All right, let's wait for people to pile in, I suppose. Someone already an hour ago said ratio in the comments. So we're off to a fantastic
start. Someone's ready to get our ass already.
Someone's going to come in and ratio us. I sent the link to a few people. So once people start getting in here, we have no people. All right, we have 16 people. All right, that's something. Once we get a decent amount of people in here, I do want you to, I guess I should just tweet that we're live right now, which is a thing that.
Yeah, I retweeted it like 10 minutes before and
I saw that.
So I figure if anyone goes to my profile, it'll be the first thing there too.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
And I spammed it to various people like a gentleman.
So Peter should be coming in here from the Discord. He's gonna because what we're gonna do is we're just gonna be streaming during the games. We're gonna be hanging out, talking. I have a bunch of talking points that we can just like hit on. But we also have people from the Discord that are gonna come in, and we're gonna put them on the hot take seat, and they're gonna try to make me want to kill myself with their takes. So we'll see how that goes. All right. I will say a few people said they were coming. I don't know if Sam and Nihilist Bucks are actually. Oh, there's Peter.
Yo, what's up, dude?
How you doing, dude?
I'm good. I'm happy to talk ball.
Let's get it, baby. So game has not started yet, but just so everyone knows before we start, if you want to keep up with my drinking, as I know some people have said, I'm not a big drinker. So this is going to be a lot of fun, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, Peter is white. Yeah, twist right there. A guy in the YKB, the Uniball Discord is a white guy. Shocking. So we have kombucha. I have my hard kombucha here. I will not show the brand. They will not get free advertising on here. I have it is a moonshine flavored one, so that kind of gives it away if you look it up. But then I also have tequila, no brand again. Once again, I'll take a shot soon to celebrate the start of the stream. And then also I got that Korean rice wine you were talking about, Peter.
Okay, good.
What is the name of it again?
It's called soju.
Soju, yeah. Oh, whoa, let's not get canceled. So we have soju I will be drinking at some point. And also for my Bravo heads in here, for my Summer House fans, I got some Loverboy as well. So I will drink. Yeah. Are you familiar, Jack? Are you Summer House pilled?
No, not really, but I'm aware. I've like seen parts of it. I like trash liquor. Like I like fake alcohol. So I'm a big fan.
So Loverboy is like hard tea, but I was out of the drinking thing. Like I drank, but like I wasn't like a big part of like the seltzer shit. And like I'm just too old. I felt like I was too old for that. But this one and the hard kombucha are actually like they're equivalent to like a beer, basically. Like they don't get you fucking shit faced. They're pretty low on the alcohol spectrum. But I just want to say before we get into anything, I do have soju, Sam Doherty. We're getting it. So before we get into anything, this is something I wanted to wait until there were people in here. I guess I need to hear the story, Jack, behind the Joe Rogan stuff. Because I get a text. You'll hear this, Peter. Peter, this is an amazing story.
Oh, boy.
So I get a text from my sister, and she's like, who is Chill Stable Guy, the guy you're having on your stream? And I was like, Jack, like, why? And she was like, I just read an article in Newsweek about him. And I was like, what? And she sent me it, and it was, you can explain further. Explain further what happened, why you went viral.
So I was watching the Sixers-Pacers game, and it was pretty boring. So I was on Twitter instead. And I thought it would be funny to rebrand as the Joe Rogan Experience HQ account that exists but isn't verified. So pretty easy to rebrand, steal some valor. And I accidentally spread a rumor that Joe Rogan had died.
Accidentally.
And I thought it was pretty funny at first, and then it really peaked for me because like Newsweek wrote about it, but the Daily Wire had to write a retraction that Joe Rogan was in fact alive. And getting in the Daily Wire is really like a true personal achievement for me for like hurting their feelings.
So first off, Peter, this went so viral that Joe Rogan himself found out about it. And they asked him what he thought. And his response was, total cringe, epic Reddit guy, I'm pregnant. Did you see that, Jack?
Yeah. Well, what's even better is Reuters had to write an article the next week about my Pete Buttigieg post. I just can't stop showing up in the news for spreading malicious
I didn't even
hoaxes.
see this, so you got to explain this one now. What happened with Mayor Pete?
I photoshopped a picture of Mayor Pete with a bunch of dogs, and I let the viewers decide for themselves what that meant. And apparently Reuters had to print a retraction that Pete Buttigieg does not hang out with dozens of dogs at once.
Wait, okay. So the implication here.
We're on YouTube. I'm only saying that implications were had by the readers. I will not divulge what my meaning was.
So you're the artist, and however fans choose to interpret the art, that is their own doing.
A significant number of people thought he was an army chaplain, so that they were trained therapy dogs, and I thought that was a lot more wholesome.
No, it's so funny though that you mentioned that, because I was watching, I can't remember what game I was watching, but I was watching, some bootleg stream, and everyone in the comments was like, "Rest in peace, Joe Rogan," and I was like, "Oh, this is just one of those dumb jokes."
It is like an MMA meme, like illegal MMA streams. Everyone types "R.I.P. Joe Rogan" to spam the chat. I just kind of rolled with it until it was in the news.
That's incredible. Amazing stuff. So people are asking in the chat now, who do we have in these games? So I think pretty much everyone is in uniform that the Hawks are going to win this game, right?
I think they're gonna, but I don't want them to.
You're still bitter?
No, it's not a bitterness thing. I just if I have to pick which team I get to watch get ran through in the first round, I'd rather it be
Careful.
Cleveland.
So I
don't know. I like Jared Allen. I'd rather watch him play.
Yeah, I think he's cool. I think that it's cool that he likes the new Pokemon games and stuff. He's he's like Jokic if he wasn't lame. And so there is so Greeny's the only one that picked Cavaliers. Everyone else picked the Hawks. I'm going Hawks, and I'm of the mindset that I am of the mindset that the Hawks will push the Heat to 6. I don't think they're just going to roll over. I don't think this team's as good as last year's, and then I think Miami will beat them. But I do think that playoff Trae Young is just, as we learned the very hard way, he's different, dude. He is very, very hard to stop.
Rolled through the end of the regular season too, right? Didn't they win a bunch of games in a row?
A little bit. They were a little bit hot towards the end, but also they would just randomly have a game where they would lay an egg and they'd lose to the Pistons or the Hornets or someone that isn't good. So I agree. Hawks Heat is what I'm looking forward to. I think that if that were to happen, it would be an entertaining series. Hawks Cavs, if Jared Allen is healthy, will be probably a decent series, but I still think the Heat would probably win in 5. I have not believed in this Cavs team all year, and that's no slander towards Mobley and Garland and Allen. I think they're awesome. I think everyone else, except for maybe Kevin Love, kind of sucks on this team.
That and Mobley is still a rookie. He's not gonna run. He's not gonna be great in the playoffs. That's just rookies aren't great in the playoffs.
I think defensively he's gonna be he literally might be the best defense. He's probably the best defender since Embiid was a rookie in terms of impact.
Actual
winning.
Positive impact. Yeah.
Because there are guys like LaMelo and Luka who have the 2-way impact or the 1-way impact on offense. But I think from a defensive perspective, I think Mobley's probably the best. But also, I don't know, if Isaac Okoro wasn't the fifth pick in the draft, would anyone ever talk about him? Lauri Markkanen sucks. I don't think Karis LeVert has been fake good for his entire career. Like, I feel like the Cavs are just they acquired a bunch of guys who just to make me personally mad. Like, they were like,
They did.
Oh, Joe hates Karis LeVert and Lauri Markkanen. Let's get both of them, and then they suck ass anytime they're in a big game.
They did the same thing the Bulls did, just with like a class lower of player for every position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a great comp, but the difference at least is that you have Garland, who I think is like Garland and Mobley, I should say. But Garland, who I think is like, I was talking about it the other day. I know a lot of people in the Discord, they know I agree. I don't see Mobley taking over a playoff game, but I think that he will have a very positive impact defensively. But what I was saying was, I've been saying for a while that DeJounte Murray is very overrated. And my whole thing was with DeJounte is like, I feel, oh, there's Sam. We got it. Hey, how you doing, brother? How's it going?
Whoa.
Cheers.
How we doing, fellas?
Oh, doing good,
Cheers.
dude. You know?
Yeah. Time to crack 'em.
We're
Yeah.
We got the seltzer on. I'm ready to talk shit about Isaac Okoro. Let's go.
Wow, perfect jumping in point.
I think he heard
Yes.
that. I'm assuming.
He,
I'm assuming he heard the Okoro
he's
slander.
the Wiseman of the Cavs. Yeah, he's the James Wiseman of the Cavs. Like they also want to like hide him somewhere, like he can't be seen.
Like a
And he's
janitor's
similarly holding
closet,
the bag. I
maybe?
was trying to do like a whole bit about like, yeah. Just gonna put him in the corner. I was mad. Obviously, I have the Nets like not making the not beating the Cavs last week. So like Isaac Okoro is so much chill. Why couldn't he stop KD? He's clearly not good.
He's like 6'4". We're like, Isaac, how could you?
It is great when every team is like, yeah, we've got our KD stopper.
Why couldn't he guard one of the three greatest players of all time?
So, watching that Nets game the other night, Sam,
Please stop.
I don't know about you, but I was
Mm-hmm.
watching that Nets game, and I was like, if I'm the Celtics, this team doesn't strike any fear in me. Like, it's not that I don't think that obviously they have like this insane top end talent with KD and Kyrie, but it feels like every time I'm like, wow, the Nets, then they're up like 27, and then it's like 5-point game. You're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop the rampage of Kevin Love threes.
Yeah, no, they couldn't get Chetty Osman under control. To be fair, you can't stop Chetty Osman. You can only hope to contain him. So
I was all in on Osman when he got drafted. I thought he was a steal.
yeah, I was like, fuck, because he was like a second round pick. I was like, oh god, he's gonna drop us in the second round. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have this rangy. He's like a solid player, but you know,
He's fine.
My two biggest whiffs by far. I thought Hazonia was gonna hit, and I thought Osman was gonna hit. Just neither came through for me.
Did you guys?
The chat does bring up a good point here.
Mm-hmm.
Does Isaac Okoro know Mandarin? Because
That's so important. I mean, is he friends with John Cena? Like, if he's friends with John Cena, then he probably does know, because John Cena's fluent in Mandarin. So.
They should have made James Harden learn Mandarin to like apologize for Daryl Morey. That would have been the ultimate like Adam Silver power play. James Harden going on television in China and apologizing in fluent Mandarin.
I'm trying to think of like who, because like all the like, I feel like there's a huge overlap between like guys who are like really into like VORP and stats, like nerd shit, and like being really into like communism has killed 9 million people in the world, and China is literally the most evil country. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually, when China, their COVID-0 strategy is one of the most evil things that's ever happened. So, like, I feel like you could like probably make them very mad by making their favorite player learn Mandarin. Like, if you made like Jokic learn Mandarin, like, they do like a joint. It'd be like Jonestown for them, but like at Sloan. Bring out
Cheryl boy, you have to pay $500 to get in still. They're like
to kill yourself. Yeah.
So during the whole Sloan thing, I don't know if you guys saw this, but basically anyone who was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't charge $500 to get into your calculator seminar, they just blocked anyone who disagreed with them, including like people that work for analytical staffs on teams, like the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they were like, shut the fuck up, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Awesome.
Don't tell us what to do. All right, well, Cleveland is up 6-0 already, so making us look very stupid, obviously. This game is over, folks. It was a great watch party. I had a good time.
Well, Jared Allen's playing, right?
He is.
So,
Yes, he's
yeah.
playing with 9 fingers. He will be playing without the 1 finger. Very brave of him to go into this game.
He should have played against the Nets. He's running from the grind. He has
No, stay woke. The Cavs tanked the first play-in game to play the Heat in the first round.
I honestly believe that, because I was texting with my Nets friend, like, are you guys going to throw this game to get the easier matchup in the next round?
They were like, you can't risk missing the playoffs.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that is not. Like, if we lose the second play-in game, our season is over. So that's probably not going to go great. I don't know. Usually not a great strategy. Obviously, the Clippers learned that the hard way.
Unfortunately, Thomas Bryant has showed up in the chat.
Oh, God. All right. Well, Sam and Jack don't know who Thomas Bryant is, but he is
I'm aware. He was on the Wizards, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. I just played him in 2K like 25 minutes ago. He was cooking my ass.
He's a Unoball Discord legend who has been banned like 10 times. It's an ongoing bit. He loves Ben Simmons. He loves some things that I can't talk about on here. And then also I just want to say that he is now banned from posting in the general channel on there. So he just reacts to all the things and he gets mad at me. He got mad at me because I said Zion, if he ever gets healthy, will be 10 times better than Ben Simmons. So this is the kind of person that we're dealing with. Shout out to TB, the legend.
They played the same number of games this year, so it's a strong comparison.
They're both former number 1 overall picks.
Yeah.
Both refuse to play for their teams because of imposter syndrome or something.
Do you remember the lead up to the season and like all the Pelicans intel was like, it was like kind of weird. Everyone was like, yeah, I guess Zion was like recovering from surgery, but I guess he'll probably play like preseason. And then it's like preseason happened, and it's like, yeah, but he'll like definitely be ready for the start of the regular season. And then you just never heard about it.
All-Star break. They're like, maybe by daylight savings time. Maybe.
Well, I think it's because everyone saw that he looked like the Juggernaut from X-Men and was like, oh, okay, like he literally can't play. Like.
Yeah, probably a great career move to sit out that guy while he recovers from whatever he's going through right now. Thoughts and prayers with Zion Williamson. Yeah. We respect you, sir. Karis LeVert cooking early, making me look like an idiot. We love it. Anytime there's an ongoing thing where anytime I say this guy looks like shit, he goes off immediately afterwards. I did it with D'Angelo Russell the other night during the play-in game. That was not fun.
Trill, I'm gonna need to hit you up at like 1:00 on Sunday to get your thoughts on Peyton Pritchard, and I need you to just destroy him. He's the worst player of all time. We have a huge
yes, the guy who looks like an 8 Mile side character. Didn't they like call him 8 Mile or something?
P Rabbit was the nickname, which is nowhere near as good as Fast PP, which was his handle that he had for himself until the moment he got drafted. All the Celtics fans looked him up, saw his name was Fast PP, and then from then on, it was just like Fast PP. We have the fastest PP that's ever lived. And like a week later, he changed it to Peyton Pritchard. Like the contract hit, and he like got money for like a PR person, and they were like, "You can't have this. Can't still be your name." So
someone says that Peyton Pritchard looks like a GTA NPC.
He does. It's like you should go, Nico Cousin. How are you?
now that we've kicked off and the Atlanta Hawks have made me look like a fucking idiot, because Lauri Markkanen is now.
I
Lauri
would like to
Markkanen
gloat early.
can't miss. What's that?
I would like to gloat early as the guy who picked Cleveland to win this game.
15 seconds. Well, the good news is that the Hawks have never come back in a big game before, as we know. So
Yeah, they have no firepower offensively. So
they have no. Once the Hawks are down, they're out. They never have come back in any sort of big playoff moment or anything that makes me like wake up at 3 a.m. and like reminds me of Lou Williams like dropping like 12 straight points or anything like that.
The good news is the Heat are that bad vibes team this year. Because like you guys got the easy route and paid the basketball gods price for like that easy road. Like not anymore. Like I think you guys are in the clear this year. We're in the clear this year. The Bucks are flirting with it because they like through the game. But
so let's
the Heat
talk
are
about
in
that.
trouble though.
I want to talk about the Bucks thing because Bill Simmons for 3 weeks leading up to the end of the season, his narrative that he set was the Sixers are the team that are going to duck like cowards and not try to play the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sixers are going to be this team. The Bucks and the Celtics are going to be the teams that they don't give a shit who they play, basically.
Right.
And as we get towards the end of the season, the Bucks put the Celtics kind of in this position to be like, you got to figure out
whether
you want to play. Do you want to play the Raptors without Jaylen Brown because we know he's not vaccinated?
Do you want everyone to know Jaylen Brown's unvaccinated, or do you want to play the Nets? Yeah, like that was the choice.
The Bucks thing, I think there is an advantage, and this is something that I think that Miami might have an advantage over some other teams in this playoffs, which is, although I think the Hawks and the Cavs are decent teams, I don't think they're going to beat Miami. I think Miami will beat them in a first-round series. And because of that, the Sixers and Celtics, while they might not have the karma element against them, they definitely have the harder first-round matchups. Like I think the Raptors are a harder first-round matchup for the Sixers, and the Nets are obviously a very hard matchup for anyone.
I think those are the two best series. I guess maybe you could make a case for Grizz Timberwolves. Maybe might also be a similarly fun series. But those are definitely the two like series that everyone's the most interested in. I feel like
for sure. And does that give Miami and Milwaukee an advantage though? Is my whole point.
I don't think so because I think Milwaukee. I really think like I'm a like big time like basketball gods like karma guy, and I really think that Miami the Milwaukee the things last year was not ducking Miami.
True.
Well, because they were fraudulent, but but also like they made the finals last year, and it was like, oh, these are the defending champs, like, and Milwaukee just steamrolled them, and then this time it's like they literally learned nothing. Now, given the Bulls are food, it's like it is on the one hand, it is easy to see like, okay, we can have this like free sweep if we like drop to 3, so it's like, I can't like go after them too much, but I think just in general, I'm worried about many of my close friends on Sixers Twitter because of the gang that is the Toronto Raptors Twitter, the violent CIA funding.
Okay, so I meant to bring this up because you guys need to hear this if you haven't seen this tweet already. But there was a post from this guy on Twitter. He might be in here. I don't know. Francis. His name is Francis Zomes on Twitter.
Okay. And
he went through some old media and found this thing about Bill Simmons from the 2009 draft, maybe? I don't know. A very long time ago. And he basically wrote this whole thing about how Brian Colangelo's a genius and he knows what he's doing, which is very funny and aged poorly. But at the end of it, he basically said, I get angry emails at least 5 times a day from Toronto fans about how I dismiss their playoff chances. You were right. I made a mistake. And then later he says, please stop emailing me. I like your team. I was wrong. Please leave me alone. They've been doing this for over a decade.
I wish I should have
Go ahead,
screenshotted it when I happened. The like deluge when KD tore his Achilles in the finals. Raptors fans went for blood in a way that I just simply found reprehensible, and I have never forgiven them for. And
I think
they won a title, and they're never winning another. That team is going to not be in Toronto before they win a second title.
I don't know. Like they're the shock troopers. They're like the true believers. They're like the immortals of NBA fans, where they're not afraid to die. They're eunuchs. They're forged for one thing, and it is posting wars. They will break in human wave attacks, but if you make one Raptors fan get suspended, another 2 more will rise to take their place.
Yeah, Raptors Sixers is the Eastern Front. It's just going to be bodies upon bodies. Like it's not.
Justin Trudeau has a program where he just funds shadow accounts when one Raptors fan gets banned, multiple spawn due to the Trudeau fucking stimulus.
I just love they're like the K hive of NBA like Twitter. Like
absolutely. Yes.
Like just a psychopath. Like you almost have to respect them.
I do. Like, I actually do.
Yeah.
Because I don't want them to kill me.
Yeah, they will go to the fucking mat. Like, because like if you ever even try to talk about like Raptors things, like because honestly I generally like the Raptors players, like for the most part. Like none of them are that. Like I'll give Pascal Siakam some slander because he, obviously can just spin move, and it's like the only thing he does. So that's like funny to do. But like OG, Scotty Barnes, like there's a lot of like really like.
I like Fred VanVleet. He bet on himself, guys. I don't know if you know about this. But Fred VanVleet bet on himself.
Right. Yeah. but I'm just saying, like they're generally like should be like a very like fun team. And I'll say something like, like I think OG Anunoby like has a chance to like make an all-star team someday. And like Raptors fans will see that as slander. Like they'll come in and you'll
be like, he's a Hall of Famer.
Shut the fuck up. He's making 2 all-NBA teams. And it's like, no, I was complimenting him. Oh yeah, you were complimenting him. And you're getting like quote tweets like, check this guy out. Then like 2 quote tweets later, it's like, here's his house. And then like 3 quote tweets later, it's like, here's his nephew. We've got him in the basement.
So
anyone else want to quote?
I think that the Raptors Twitter, the K Hive was the perfect parallel for Raptors Twitter because it's always just like sipping tea. Like it's always like, oh, like we saw Trill Bro dude tweet something 9 months ago.
Yeah.
And if he's wrong about this, we will sip the tea and quote tweet it into death. And you will never forget this. But I just want to say the Hawks strategy so far in this game has been
not good. It's not good.
The Cavs shoot 100 open threes.
The Cavs are 6 from 7 right now. It's going great for them.
No, when I say that they're shooting practice threes, Karis LeVert just caught the ball, dribbled, stood there. No one even tried to close out on him, and he hit a 3. Lauri Markkanen can't miss, so I look very stupid right now. And for anyone who wants to try to keep up drinking with me, I will be taking my second shot now. So I just wanted to sorry, I had to announce that. But yes. So back to Raptors Twitter. So these people have been doing it since the blog era. It's like Twitter has given them another level of just like another platform to spew hatred or whatever they do on there. But they've been doing it for fucking 15. Like these people, they were in the fucking posting trenches for fucking over a decade. It's truly unbelievable to me that they've been doing it for so long. So
they were on RSS forums just to like bully other people. They had Angel Fire pages to talk about.
They were
Vince
on Zanga.
Carter.
They were on Zanga posting about how Vince Carter is the modern version of Hitler for leaving for the New Jersey Nets.
Yeah. No, well, it's got like a very Pacific Theater feel to it because like, the Raptors like didn't even exist as a franchise like until like very long ago. So they kind of had their own like industrial revolution, the Meiji Restoration, where they like caught up to the West and like and like some of the older franchises in the Sixers and the Celtics. And it's like, oh, that's funny. Like they think they can like keep up with us, but actually they're more powerful than us and they're stronger believers. And like, we're like really not ready to do battle with them. They're like, even though like they have no good players or history, and they're only good. The only championship team immediately like that is one of the biggest kick in the balls ever to have. Like,
they were all like,
player,
"We're
like,
gonna move to LA and Miami." Like Lowry took a little bit longer, but like
it's like, and they just no hesitation, no speed bumps. Like I mean, Celtics fans were still crying about Kyrie. Like and no,
right.
They don't care. They love Kyle Lowry. It's like, wow, Kyle Lowry did us such a favor that we got Goran Dragic and Precious Chua back. Like, they really believe that. It's awesome. Like, they love those guys.
Perfect grades.
Raptors Twitter, I don't know. I was very happy to see that for myself because there's going to be some great posts coming out of that series. Like
that series is going to there will probably be an international incident due to that series. I would imagine.
I'm going to get banned for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
just
making it through this series,
and I'm hoping Chiodo isn't one of them. He's the one I'm most worried for.
Protect Chiodo.
Yeah, protect Chiodo. That's my new screen.
Protect.
We're walking in pairs with Chiodo at all times. Okay. Like,
see, but
where is he? Have you heard from Chiodo today?
Yeah.
They might be outside. They might just fucking turn into the IRA. Watch his car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. No cars. Don't let Chiodo start a car in the next little. Sorry, Peter, you were saying something?
No, it's okay. No, it's just, like Kawhi coming and going was such a radicalizing moment for them because I think it bred so much insecurity into just their everything that they do. And it's funny that you talk about people that are like veterans of the post wars, but at the same time, like Kate is definitely like the most famous one, and I definitely know a lot of you have like interacted with her on Twitter.
She's newer though. She wasn't around forever.
Yeah, no, I know.
But she's the leader of the pack. Yeah, Kate is the leader of the pack, and it's funny because
that's why I'm mutuals with her, and I've never crossed her. Because I know.
No, I will never tweet about Kate in any capacity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know better.
Fine.
Really quickly, Kawhi coming and going. Yeah. True Raptors fandom. Do you remember when Kawhi was like right when free agency hit and they had like the Santa Claus NORAD tracker, but for Kawhi's private jet? And you could watch Kawhi's jet path live, and it's like he's flying back to Canada, and it's like, yeah, fucking tell him he's leaving.
He's back. It didn't work.
So they had the Zapruder film of Uncle Dennis's reactions during the fucking parade. They were like, look at when Kyle Lowry said this during his speech. Uncle Dennis's eyebrow raised 2 inches. Yep. And that might tell you that Kawhi is thinking about signing a 5-year max. It's possible.
Yep. Down horrific. I mean, at least Celtics fans with the Kyrie thing, we have the out that he told us before the season in front of a packed garden that he was resigning.
Yeah, you guys, but the cope was the Jaylen Brown vaccination cope was very similar because it's very obvious he's just not vaccinated. And I think that there is, and we all do it as fan bases. The difference is that the Sixers fan base is so used to such bad things happening to us that we're just like, okay, what's the worst case scenario that could happen here? That's what's gonna the whole Ben Simmons situation. It was literally like, can we get the corpse of Malcolm Brogdon who plays 40 games a year? We were so desperate.
Yeah.
I talked myself into Gordon Hayward at a certain point.
Well, I did just because I agree with his politics.
Tobias and
you were with him for his eye. You wanted him to offset Doc Rivers' liberalism.
Gordon Hayward. Hey, look, Gordon Hayward and Doc Rivers definitely have a lot more in common politically than you would think. I'll tell you that much. They both They both definitely have some. They've probably been on like some sort of, I don't know, Lincoln Project golf thing together before. I'm sure there's some common ground there. They're like, look, I'm just like you. I don't trust the IRS. Like any good American,
Bro, they've been a part of like every bipartisan thing that's ever been in America. It's things that both Democrats and Republicans, institutions they both donate to. The Atlantic, the New York Times, the Epstein plane. All the bipartisan, different.
Look, I'm willing to admit the Sixers Epstein connections, but it's not Doc Rivers.
Hey, can we cut Jack from the stream so I don't get hit with a heart attack gun?
Yeah.
Peter's like, all right, how do I scrub this from the internet?
We're gonna be the first basketball streamers to get Havana syndrome.
We're watching the Hawks right now, and the Hawks also have connections to parody satire man. We have the ultimate. They have the ultimate connection, even more so than our great ownership group does. But the Cavs are a moral organization with Dan Gilbert and Quicken Loans, and
Well, they have the Rocket Mortgage, so you can get mortgages to more people. It's easy. Not get about it.
It's never gone wrong before.
Yeah. You're a mortgage that you're instantly approved for. What could be evil about that? Nothing. Easy.
We're putting people in affordable housing, and I think that's beautiful. And I thank Dan Gilbert.
Dan Gilbert, socialist hero.
Yeah. No, so you've got prime mortgages, and then we've got some mortgages below that, like right below prime. We don't have a name for what you would call this yet, but when we think of something that means below prime mortgage, we'll
diet prime mortgages is what Dan Gilbert.
Sort of a sub. Well, we'll stay away from that.
Prime zero.
Prime zero. I think I don't know. I think my take on this the only thing I'm a little nervous about is Robert Williams was kind of our Nets trump card for a while. Like we actually hung in the series last year until he went down. We didn't have Jalen last year in that series, and they had all three. What was it? It's like 5 of the 16 games that the Nets played full strength were playoff games against the Celtics, which
great
is
luck.
like very. Well, and I think it contributed to like everyone, because like that whole last season, the Celtics have just been good this whole time, but they just had an insane amount of COVID last year, and Kemba got washed. Like it was always an easy fix, but the fact they went out so sad in the playoffs and nobody like realized there was no Jaylen Brown, and we were the only team to play the full strength Nets. Like that series looks way different if the Nets are full strength the whole time. And they fucking stomp everybody,
And also, I just want to add to that. One of my favorite things is going back to the Nets Celtics series and watching the highlights of like James Harden or Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving or whatever. And every possession is like, where's Tristan Thompson and Evan Fournier? We are going to put them through a wood chipper. It's literally like switch. Boom, score. It's like those two were getting run through a fucking buzzsaw, dude. And
my God.
It honestly, it might have been fucking xenophobia against Evan Fournier.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, you should have seen how down bad Celtics fans were when Kemba and Evan went to the Knicks, and they were like, great. They took our front court. This is it. We're so cheap. We didn't want those guys. And I felt like I was going insane. I was like, no, they're bad. They're bad. And then literally 30 games in, it's like the worst lineup in the NBA, like bar none. Like Kemba literally like got benched until like the Knicks org had to be like, Tom, you can't.
Oh no, Kemba had one good game, and it was the week that I said that he was cooked, and it was against the Sixers, and he scored like 40 points, and I was like, wow, that's what I'm telling you, fucking Lauri Markkanen and Karis LeVert.
I mean, For the Sixers on Kemba, thank God for the sake of our first round matchup that Matisse Thybulle should be able to play every game due to his positive health. So it's not even he's taking such great care of his body by not introducing chemicals.
I've seen him in Rittenhouse Square. He doesn't wear shoes. He's probably drinking the same kombucha that I'm drinking right now, actually.
Yeah. So a guy who's separate from me, Sam Sheehan, NBA. I heard this story secondhand because it has nothing to do with me because I'm a different guy. But I had heard that he did that Steve Jobs tweet about Matisse Thybulle, about him being another genius man who used
alternative medicine.
Yeah, alternative medicine, and he was also a genius. So obviously, and then I heard he found out
a very morally sound man. If you don't watch either of the movies about him.
Right. Well, obviously he succumbed to his illness, but there's no way of knowing how much, he could have died instantly with traditional treatments. It was
honestly
probably gone in a week.
Yeah. Given the Sixers' track record, it would have gone like full Zaire. Like Matisse would have been the one guy to get the vaccine and have like a permanent seizure. Like that's just
he just gets 5G. Like they can't broadcast the game because he's just radiating 5G.
Matisse is a 28-year-old British nurse on TikTok. He's just like shaking in bed.
Shaking.
Do you remember that hoax years ago of the girl that went on like Access Hollywood or Extra or one of these shows and was like walking around like she got a vaccine?
She could walk all right, walking backwards, and anytime she tried to like walk forward, she could.
But it was fake. It wasn't real. It was like an anti-vax propaganda or whatever. That would have happened to Matisse Thybulle, but actually, it would have really happened.
Yeah, like the real one. Everyone's like yelling at him, like, "You've got to play!"
Well, everyone was mad at Thybulle because he got the first vaccine and didn't get the second vaccine. Did you hear his explanation, Sam?
No. Wait, what was it?
So he basically was like, "I got the first one. And then I found out it couldn't protect me against getting the virus or spreading it to other people and decided it's not for me." And then he went on this whole thing about how he grew up in a household with Chinese medicine and and he's like, "I've never heard the word anti-vax." Like he clearly was kind of sputtering all over the place. But if you know anything about Matisse Thybulle, he really only works on half of his game. So I honestly folks, I was not shocked when I found out. Is this thing on?
Yeah. I gotta say, I mean, like, I'm not one. I will not be laughing at Matisse too much though, because as I've articulated already, like Jalen, we might have taken the Nets just to spare Jaylen Brown having to go through the same thing. So I like, and he's a star, so we couldn't do that.
And he's actually good.
Yeah. I mean, Matisse.
Oh, Sam died.
Oh, we lost Sam. R.I.P. to Sam Sheehan. Died on his planet. Yep, died on his way back to his home planet.
Can someone screenshot this screen for me right here with Sam?
He's going to make first team all defense, probably, right? It's going to be him or Mikal Bridges, I would think.
Sorry, you froze.
Sam, you're back.
All right, cut out. There we go.
All right, Sam, you're good. Matisse will make second team all defense, and I'm not sure he deserves it. And I'm not saying that Matisse isn't a really good defender, but what I'm saying is, remember when we played you guys in the playoffs a few years ago in the bubble, and Tatum was like, "I'm just going to step right past Matisse Thybulle and hit every shot because Thybulle's whole style is he lets his guy beat him and then he recovers and he blocks him from behind or
gets a steal from behind
or whatever."
Right. Yeah.
And that can work on certain nights where you're like, wow, he looked great against Tatum earlier in the year, but also Tatum couldn't hit a fucking shot for like 2 fucking months.
Well, we also just couldn't get him off the nail. Like that's the main thing. Is if you just let him operate in the nail, like he's just so big and he can play for safety at that point. And the gambling doesn't hurt you as much. Yeah. But sorry, go ahead.
So there's that, and then there's honestly, one of the reasons why he does such a good job on Steph is because I think he's a better off-ball defender, and Steph, the large majority of Steph's impact comes off of the ball. So when you let Matisse,
he can't shoot.
Well,
yeah.
I was told he can't. I was told
he can't
Steph Curry cannot shoot.
SpongeBob lettering, yeah.
Also, I just want to say, the Atlanta Hawks are making me look very stupid right now. They have 25 points with 30 left in the second quarter. Karis LeVert and Isaac Okoro also making me look stupid right now. Lauri Markkanen making me look stupid right now. I am not. Things are not going well for my brand right now. The DeJounte Murray game was peak for my brand. I think some of my coworkers are in here. They got mad at me the other night because I was saying that DeJounte Murray is not a top 10 point guard in the NBA, and I stand by that. Think about the 10 best point guards in the NBA.
I mean, it depends on like what you consider like guys like Luka, for example.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
Luka's a point guard. I would say, I said this, Luka is more of a point guard than Steph Curry because Luka actually runs their offense. He's actually the guy that's on the ball. He's running the pick and roll. He's doing all that. Steph is technically a point guard, but Steph is running off of the ball a lot of the times. When he's creating, he's not creating for others all the time. And I think that I would consider a guy like Luka more of a point guard, but then like, do you consider Steph a point guard? And if you don't, then like maybe not, but like both of the point guards in this game are better than DeJounte.
Steph's game is closer to like, not similar to it all, but it's like how Iverson was a shooting guard despite being the shortest guy in the starting lineup. Yeah. Like just because he's like all his game is mostly like off ball, and then he can create a shot when he wants to.
Tyrese Maxey's not really a point guard; he's a shooting guard, but he's in a point guard's body, and like that's why having James Harden, which is the opposite of that. Yeah, exactly. It's like James Harden is a shooting guard or a point guard in a shooting guard's body that you can make it work, but generally speaking, those guys are not like traditional point guards. Like Maxey's not running your offense the whole time. Steph isn't running your offense. It's not to say that they can't do it. It's just that they're the most effective when they're in that kind of shooting guard, moving off the ball, doing whatever, doing the Iverson cut, running around screens, doing all that shit. And I think that there is like, I would consider Luka or even Donovan Mitchell, who like people would consider a shooting guard. Like to me, he's more of a point guard than Steph or Maxey or anyone who's in that kind of role. I don't know. It's weird because it feels like every good creator could be considered a point guard. So that's kind of where you can't figure out who is and who isn't.
Well, that's when the Nuggets were starting. Like the Nuggets were listing Jokic at guard for a while for a couple games, didn't they? It's like a joke, basically.
Oh, when in the bubble, when they were running like Bobo and like they had
I distinctly remember the Nuggets like labeling Jokic point guard in a starting lineup because it was
like Paul Millsap, Bobo, Jokic, like they had all these guys, and Jokic technically like offensively, but the thing about Jokic is like, yes, he runs their offense, but I don't watch Jokic and go point guard. Like he's not great. He's not like running pick and rolls. Like sometimes they'll run the inverse pick and roll, but like he's not breaking guys down off the dribble. Like Jokic is unstoppable because he can get downhill. He can shoot from outside. He's insane in that floater range. He might be like the best big of all time in the floater range. And his passing is incredible, and he works as like a central hub, but I would not be like watching his game. I don't think he's like a point guard. Like, I think that he's like if anything, he's more of a point center, point forward. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I think like where some of this, like there's like been kind of a swing recently. I feel like where like guys who create with the ball, like point guards in general, are just getting bigger. And I think that it's so hard for people because like I feel like positions almost just used to be cold height. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were between 6'1" and 6'4", you were a point guard. Right. If you were 6'4" to 6'6", you were a shooting guard. If you were 6, you know what I'm saying? You were a small forward, and if you were like 6'10" to whatever, you were a center. Like, but like there's so many guys who are clearly point guards but who are huge now. Like, LaMelo and
Luka, Kane,
and Yeah.
LeBron, like I mean, LeBron is
yeah,
closer to a point guard than like the majority of guys that you would consider point guards.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even like Giannis on the offensive end of the ball is like kind of a point guard, to be honest. Yeah. So it's just not on the defense, obviously, but like, you know, I just think I kind of want to go back to something. I had a thought about like something we were saying before about like just cope in general and like what happened, like, and why you kind of need like bad things to happen to your team to like not have cope happen to you. I really think a big part of that, I don't know if this was your experience, but like the Kyrie thing was like very informative to me for like learning this lesson. When the national media is saying something and it's your first go round, you're like, these fucking guys are lying. They don't know. Look at all the local guys. All the local guys are saying the other thing. Like, and you assume the local guys aren't the ones lying because it's like, oh, those are our guys. They're in there. They know.
Yeah. I trust Keith Pompey with my life.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I was like,
which is why the Sixers
would
are
never lie
getting
to me. What are you talking about? And I know that guy. I've been on his podcast. He wouldn't lie to me. And it just turns out like, but then I start talking to like beat reporters off mic, and they're like, "Yeah, no, he's leaving." I'm like, "What? Oh, what the fuck? No!" And it's just so funny, like you kind of have to learn that lesson that there's like a muzzle on local media. Like,
of course,
they're not burning those bridges the way ESPN people are. You know?
Of course, because they care about access, and that's kind of their lifeblood. Yeah,
they're basically mini Ramona Shelburnes. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not gonna like do anything without the face of like the marching orders. You know.
I talked about this the other day, but like I was talking about this at work, and I was like, speaking of the Cavs and Cleveland, has there been anyone in the history of journalism that has been as lucky as Brian Windhorst? Just like think about like 20 years ago. Like,
because he's so hot, you know. That's how he gets all his access. Yeah,
pretty people privilege and such.
Yeah, right.
But
that's how he gets on TV. Ugh, hate that, dude. So
Steel Dome, baby. So 20 years ago, this guy is just a journalist. Like 2001 journalist, 2002. Journalist in the Cleveland area for the Cleveland Plain Dealer. He's just writing about like high school sports and shit. Like the most boring fucking job you could ever imagine. Like every person who I've ever met that's covered high school sports is like, it fucking sucks, dude. Like don't like this is not real sports. Like whatever. So he's covering high school, like trying to grind whatever, and then he's just like covering like this kid named LeBron James, who everyone's like talking about. And then LeBron James goes on to be the greatest basketball player of his generation, maybe the best of all time. And Windhorst is literally just like, I'm going to become a millionaire because of some kid in high school I covered 20 years ago. Like the amount of luck that this man has gotten in his life it's mind blowing.
Who's the luckiest person that LeBron was born in Akron? Brian Windhorst, Dan Gilbert, Tristan Thompson.
Hold on. Hold on. I got a better one for you. So it's maybe the Akron thing, maybe the Ohio thing, but have you guys ever heard the Rich Paul story about how he met Rich Paul?
Selling a jersey
was this the one where you're selling T-shirts out of the back?
Okay, so I know this story. So he used to sell like 20 years ago, whatever, like when throwback jerseys were like everyone had throwback jerseys. They were the rage. They were in every rap video. People like everyone you knew had Mitchell and Ness shit, like whatever. He used to sell them out of the trunk of his car, and he was walking around wearing a Warren Moon jersey in the Cleveland airport, and was just like in the Cleveland airport. And LeBron was like, "I like that jersey," and Rich Paul was like, "Oh, okay, well, like I can sell you one. Like I've got some others, like whatever." Gave him his number. He ends up making a relationship with him, and then he helps him become an agent, and now he's like dating Adele because like, we were joking about it at work. Like he's literally dating Adele because he wore a Warren Moon jersey at the airport one day.
Well, they're also like, I wonder something that I think is really interesting about like the clutch stuff. Cause like, I'm kind of 1 foot in either camp when it comes to the clutch stuff because there's a lot of pushback about
Wait, hold on. Wait, who's Sarver? Why am I? They got
Yeah,
rid
Bob
of
Sarver,
Ron
yeah.
Donor?
Yeah,
He's gone?
yeah, he's stepping down.
R.I.P.
Rest
Bozo.
in piss, Bozo.
R.I.P. Bozo.
Yo, did not expect Robert Sarver pack watch to happen in the middle of the
He
play.
stepped down? That's crazy. I would thought he would have to literally be assassinated.
Just keep in mind, this is a man who supported Sheriff Joe Arapaho.
That's what I'm saying. Why would
the
he?
concentration camp guy.
They've got to know. He's got to be getting
NBA investigation.
Big NBA investigation. There's some bad things that are about to come out,
So
even worse than we heard before. Then, R.I.P. Bozo.
Yeah, no, they found like children in his basement or something. Like, it has to be something like that. This man has zero shame. Like, what on earth could they blackmail
for Sterling and then going to Sarver is like when people were at Hiroshima and then went to Nagasaki.
Oh no!
All right, edit that part out. All right. Can't joke about that. Not joke about that.
Not
getting canceled.
at all.
What I think is interesting. I'm gonna be interested to see what like the legacy of Clutch is once LeBron's like not a figure in the league. Because I do think Clutch has done like changed things. Like the Batman forever. Like I think there are going to be like Joker agents now, like out in the world who are doing the extreme stuff that like Rich Paul did. Maybe because he had LeBron's backing and he got away with it. But I do think Rich Paul should get some credit for that, for just being like this guy who's just willing to do shit. Like, yeah. You're losing a season. We're just nuking one of your seasons to show we mean business. Like,
do you really think that was Rich Paul though? Because I think that Rich Paul went to him and probably said, "We'll do this for a little bit, and we'll see how things work out." And Ben was like, "I kind of like this." Like when he was like sitting down, he was like, "This is kind of sick. Like I could just play Call of Duty 24/7. I get multi-million-dollar still eventually."
I want to know how the money conversation went. I want to know if he has like a Johnny Drama in his entourage who was like, "Yo, Ben, we're getting you that money. You're getting your 20 million." And like everyone's hearing that like he's not getting the 20 million. And it's like, "No, Ben, we're getting you your 20 million. You're Ben Simmons." And because it seems like everything he's done since then has been to like leverage the ground to like get that 20 million back. My back's all fucked up. Like I couldn't have played anyway. Like it's crazy. And I go back to Philadelphia and they boo me. What was I supposed to do? Give me my 20 million.
How am I to survive?
Genuine question, because I haven't watched a ton of Nets. Was Ben on the bench for other games, or did he just travel for that Philly game?
That's a good question.
I think he went. Well, okay, so I know he went to Miami, which is funny. Did he go to the LA games? Would be a funny thing to investigate.
Yeah, because I think a Ben story that I kind of had forgotten about until right now. Remember when Magic Johnson wanted to give him coaching lessons when he was still the GM of the Lakers?
He wanted to do. His exact words were, he wanted to do a big guard seminar.
And Michael Kidgill or no, Michael Carter Williams, yeah.
Michael Carter Williams, Ben Simmons, fucking, all the legendary big guards that came through. Was Poku there? I don't know if Poku.
Sean Livingston, all of them. I think no. I mean, I don't know. Ben, I want to know Ben's. I don't know, because there's so much like whispering about like it's mental illness. You can't say that. You can't challenge him on that. And it's like, on the one hand, I do kind of like broadly agree with some of that stuff, but like also think Ben Simmons him personally is full of shit there.
Of
So
course.
like,
Yes, not only was the mental illness stuff clearly fake,
yeah,
but also it's funny that like, okay, so I have this like these issues, like, you know, like I'm sorting through them. I have anxiety, depression. My biggest thing through all of this, and I will stand by this, is that I think it's fucking bullshit that everyone who defended Ben through all of this was like comparing it to like working class people who go through the same things. And they're like, yeah, no, you ever been to a job that like you hate? And I'm like, Ben Simmons has millions of dollars and all of the resources in the world. He doesn't have to work. He can go get his mental health shit sorted out and then figure out the rest later. Like, you're comparing him to people that like are living paycheck to paycheck that can't just be like, I'm going to take 6 months off of my job to get my mental health right. It's like, oh no, I took 6 months off my job and I lost my house. And
it's also like he doesn't work like 4 months, you know, like he doesn't work 4 months a year or 5 months a year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like, it's kind of asinine. And like, I think like what part of the thing was like showing up to practice and like having the phone in the pocket and stuff like that. It was just like, you're not like, I don't know. It always seemed like he was just kind of like angling for like, I just fucking hate it here.
Do you remember the
which
documentary?
I understand, but at the same time, like, don't do the Kevin Love, DeMar DeRozan. Like, they actually had real mental health issues that they were trying to sort through while being like a famous athlete and whatever. Like, don't do this shit just to get out of your fucking contract or whatever. Like, it's just.
Do you remember the LSU documentary on Ben? It was like a TV
where it's
show.
basically like this. Fuck this. Well, oh, by the way, I want to say one of the cooler moments in Ben Simmons' history. Fuck the NCAA and fuck
Ben
all
has
that
essentially
stuff,
like always. Ben has always thought that he is above having to put in the work to be a star in the NBA.
That's true. That is definitely true. And that's
what this comes down to. Like whether his mental health is good or not, he's not good enough to like throw this much of a like little party for himself. Like he's like a 2-time All-Star.
No.
Like,
you're not Kyrie Irving. You don't get to do whatever you want.
Exactly.
Okay,
and do you have one of the most impressive handles of all time? That's what I thought. If you did, we will excuse everything, and Bill Simmons will root for you.
By the way, I'm almost being serious there, because like Kyrie, on the other hand, like I know Kyrie like at least like 75% believes what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, like everything Kyrie says, like he absolutely believes he's fighting like a rights battle, like where it's like I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like he I don't know. I have like a very I still think Kyrie is kind of cool, even though he like ruined my franchise.
I thought he was cool until the anti-vax stuff. Until
even then.
Okay, but here's the thing about the anti-vax stuff that drove me nuts.
Yeah.
Kyrie did the Kyrie thing, which is, all right, it's about workers' rights, but like now that they've changed it specifically for me, multi-millionaire athlete, so I can go in and all these working class people got fired for not having the vaccine. I'm doing it for them.
Kyrie's.
There's no consistency.
But the thing is, I believe that squares with him, though. Like, that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? Kyrie is lying when he says that. I really believe in Kyrie's mind that's like, that all makes sense. I don't know. He's always going to be a hero to me for like almost murdering Brad Stevens by wearing the Mahmoud Ahmadinejad t-shirt to the game. Do you remember that? He wore it and Boston went insane. Brad Stevens had to go into a press conference like, yeah, I mean, we support whatever Kyrie wants to do.
Kyrie's ideology is best summed up. It was like a month ago or 2 months ago when he had those two tweets back to back where it was like the first one was like, we need to abolish capitalism and move forward to like a more egalitarian way of living.
Agreed.
And the second tweet was, by the way, I've accumulated 4 generations of wealth at 29. What have you ever done?
Awesome.
Like,
We have to stand. We have to
an
stand.
amazing
I retracted my
combination of
statement.
beliefs.
Did you see today he was tweeting at Elon Musk asking him like what the plan is? Awesome.
What's the deal, brother?
Did you know that his bio is a Discord link? What do you think is popping off in the Kyrie Irving Discord right now?
Oh, well,
That's
I just joined the Seth Curry Discord the other day, and I asked them, what did I say again? Peter, were you in there for that when I went in and I said,
no,
about, like,
I
how
just
are
know.
my brothers in Christ doing? Or I don't even think the president kicked me. But yeah, no, we pretty much our whole Discord just invaded the Seth Curry Discord, and we were asking Ben how his back was doing, and we wanted to make sure he was okay. But because Ben was in there playing Call of Duty for like 23 straight hours, he left on his computer, and everyone thought he was actually playing Call of Duty for that long. But I just want to say, speaking of Kyrie, speaking of all that, I did want to bring this up. KOC's Ramadan comments.
Let's go.
What did he say? I missed it. I
Okay.
only saw his apology.
So I want to set the stage, not totally defend KOC, but I want to like bring up the context because KOC.
What's going on there? Hold on.
Someone's dying.
Is there a Texas Chainsaw Massacre happening, or is that a fucking? Do you have a motorcycle outside?
Somebody was just like revving their motorcycle parked in front of the house.
That's cool. I'll allow it. Yeah. No. So the environment, King, go off.
So what you've got to understand is that like KOC living in LA is one of the funniest things that's ever happened ever to any human in the world. Like there has never been a person less well equipped to live in Los Angeles, which is just a place of fake psychopaths and just like some of the weirdest people in the world. And KOC is just a
Wait, hold on.
golden
Have you heard the
retriever.
comparison? Have you heard what people call LA?
No.
Did you see the tweet that was like New York is fun hell and LA is shitty heaven?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay,
Exactly.
that is the perfect.
And I could confirm that the New York is fun hell. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. I lived in New York. Yes.
yeah, it's the same stupid bullshit where everyone's like so self-centered, but it's just like New York's got that level of nihilism and like, you know,
Yes,
I don't know,
100%.
the media shit. But it's just so funny that KOC lives there. So they bring up Ramadan and fasting, and they're bringing up that it's it's where the game time and that Jalen and Kyrie are going to be fasting, and the no water or anything like that. So KOC, who's been living in LA, in his head has like been suckered into all the fucking. I know this happened. I don't know this happened, but I know this happened.
Intermittent fasting.
He's been to like stupid parties and like listen to
Right.
people talk about like, oh, I did fasting, and it's like it's so sick. Like it's awesome. Like you've got to do this, and I went to whatever stupid LA bullshit that like
Of course.
LA people talk about. And KOC like heard that, and he just goes, fasting's not that hard. I said,
He was like, let me offend a billion people with one sentence.
KOC really went on a podcast and was like, yo, this Islam shit, easy.
Exactly. No, really did. And it was Wesley Lamprey and Bill, and they went insane, which was also
Even Bill was like, hold on, Bill, who had Jackie McMillan on his podcast 2 months ago to do audio blackface of Joel Embiid, and it was like, you can't say that.
Yeah, Jackie Nick Mullen, going on and doing the no, she the thing that, but KOC had to like go on afterwards and be like, I apologize because he followed it up by saying I tried fasting and that was easy, because he's talking about bullshit LA stuff, he's not talking about
you're still drinking water.
He's not,
and you're not a professional athlete playing a basketball game.
Right. No, but I really think in KOC's mind, he's like picturing other LA people doing fasting and bragging about it. And that was like where the reaction was. I really don't think he like drew a religious parallel, which is very funny.
I think he heard fasting and a light bulb went off in his head.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
But at the same time, probably just don't comment on things that are related to like religious practices.
Yeah.
Like that's generally not a great idea.
Right. Well, I mean, he got smoked obviously for it, and that's why he had to like go. I don't know. I'm a huge...
hold on. Little interject there.
Yeah.
Before he did his apology, and I really don't think Kevin O'Connor is a bad person. I don't think that he...
I would say he's the only not bad person in NBA.
Yes. He is like, he's an innocent man. Like, he's not... He
Exactly.
It
That's
sounds
my
bad, but
KOC.
I don't think he knew what he was doing at the time.
Yeah.
And he was then DMing people who were criticizing it and basically trying to defend himself in the DMs, being like, hey, don't tweet that about me.
Oh, no.
Until he tweeted that thing. So I think over the course of the day, he probably realized I shouldn't have said that based on how many people are getting mad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, if people are mad at you for a legit thing, someone's hurt in this game. Is that Clint Capella? By the way, the Cavs are up 10 points. It's almost halftime.
Yeah, sorry, that was Capella. He just got popped in the knee. I must be like 2 seconds behind you.
Yep. Uh-oh. By the way, Capella's been battling an Achilles injury all year too. So,
is he a free agent too? No. I mean, like, I don't want before they become free agents. Hold on. I don't.
He signed a 3-year extension
right before their like contracts are up. I get worried. That was what that was. Don't worry.
I know you're not a monster.
We have Alan. Yeah.
You're not dunked on brain. You're not like.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh, if they waive Capella after this game and shoot him in the head, they can save $3 off the salary cap.
Actually, years ago, I posted on Reddit because I was genuinely curious. No. And if a player goes to prison, their money does not come off the cap.
Yeah. No.
Because I was going to frame Al Horford for murder.
What about if they... Turned out to actually be a fine contract. He's doing well in Boston now.
It did, but at the time.
I have a question. What if a person dies? I know that sounds horrible, but like, has an NBA player ever died?
No, it happened to the Celtics, and
well, yeah,
but he wasn't on the team yet.
Or
Reggie, not with Len Bias, with DJ
Reggie Lewis was his name.
Yeah, Fuck, who was it?
Wasn't it Reggie Lewis, the guy that died in the mid?
They didn't take the money off the books. Because everyone fucking hated the Celtics.
Oh my God! Yeah, Reggie Lewis.
Yeah. So he died at 27, and
by the way, died at 27.
Ruined the Celtics that year because he was like he was making $6 million a year, which is like a lot. It'd be like a max guy dying now.
Seasons.
Yeah.
And he was an all-star. He was an all-star the year before he died too. So he was as probably the worst thing that's ever happened to Bill Simmons, except for the Len Bias thing.
Yeah, no.
Or the time his son called him a bitch on YouTube.
Yeah, the world's biggest pussy. Yeah.
I don't know if I heard that one.
Pussy. That's what it was. He called Bill Simmons. Is it golfing?
Yeah, he's golfing and he's putting and he's missing putts, which is also very funny. He's missing like 3 putts in a row, and his son's voice, his son has to be like 12, and he's like, now the world's biggest pussy. It's so funny. It's one of my favorite videos of all time.
All right, so Clint Capella done. They had to help him off the court. It was bad.
Too bad.
Yeah, his knee did not bend the way knees are supposed to bend, which isn't usually good.
Yeah. I hope
was that Evan Mobley that fell into his knee? Yeah.
I hope that doesn't like fuck up his money because
no, he's good. He signed an extension. He's chilling. He signed a 3-year.
He signed through next year. Yeah, I just looked.
No, multiple years. He signed an extension. He signed like a 3-year extension last offseason, I think.
Oh, nice. Okay. I was worried because I had in my mind that they had a Kongwu and they might like.
I was going to say Okongwu season right now. I would imagine he's dip up. Nate McMillan looks like Doc Rivers on the sideline in terms of he's just like. So that's never a good sign.
Yeah, Clint Capella's making 25 mil. He's fine.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. I've always thought Nate McMillan was like a good coach, and it was always like crazy to me the Pacers like let him go.
He is a good coach, and he had bad injury luck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was crazy to me that they like he got kind of like Frank Vogel treatment from the Pacers, but it just wasn't as well documented because it was the Pacers.
I also wonder, like, is he that good of a coach, or is Doc Rivers that bad of a coach?
Oh, it's definitely Doc.
I'm serious. Like, in that series, like, Nate McMillan's adjustments were literally just like, I don't know, maybe like play Lou Williams and Trae Young together because, like, the Sixers have no one that can take advantage of them defensively, and Doc won't ever make an adjustment.
You're preaching to the choir. That Celtics team should have won 3 titles, and we won 1.
Yes, I know that's under discussed too.
How much better are the Sixers right now if they just made Dave Yeager head coach?
Okay, hold on. Or Sam Cassell, or anyone that is literally just like, don't play DeAndre Jordan ever. It's not a good idea.
You could bring Brett Brown back, I think, and it would work. But like, he wouldn't have to deal with Ben Simmons anymore. Like, he might like
literally just make James Harden coach. Who cares?
Yeah,
he'll take them out to the strip club afterwards. He'll fucking team morale will be based on his behavior and mood that day, which is not a great thing because James is kind of all over the place, but like I can live with it.
Yeah. My take on the Sixers, I mean, obviously everyone said it to death, but it's like Harden obviously needs to just not suck.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree.
He's just like, I don't know. He's such a weird player. Like, I never know. Like, you could tell me anything about James Harden's playoffs. Like, if I say, oh yeah, in a month he'll have scored this, and I'll believe you. You could do anything, like
12 points or 1,000 points.
Right.
You could tell me right now that Shake Milton outscores James Harden in the second round, and I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't.
You could also tell me he out rebounds Embiid, and I'd believe it. Like, he could have a monster triple double. I'd believe anything about him. Like, I don't know. I think
if the Sixers are going to be good, he's going to be averaging like 12 assists a game. Like, I think that's really what Harden needs to be doing.
The difference between Harden and Ben is that Harden gets real assists. Like, Ben's assists are literally like, I handed the ball off to Seth Curry, he created his own shot, and he scored. Or we're sprinting in transition, and I just handed the ball off to the guy behind me, and he dunked. Like, Harden's assists are actually real assists. Like, he's getting guys layups, he's getting guys lobs, he's getting guys open 3-point shots in the half court. Like, he's making pocket passes to Embiid. Like, there is real things happening with his creation. The problem is he can't hit a fucking shot and he can't finish at the rim, and those are integral parts of his game.
Yeah, like, he can't create the shots he creates if people aren't scared of him at the rim.
Well, I think Toronto's going to challenge him to. I think they're going to challenge him to take the open threes, and I think they're going to challenge him to create for himself instead of creating for others, because they know that he can create for others at a high level.
I think Toronto's going to show you guys a lot at the point of attack, like particularly with Embiid. I think they're going to show to and dig a lot on Embiid and
absolutely
try to like just try to jam up passing lanes. I think they're going to try and get it double, try to get things out of the hands, and then rely on the length to try to like turn you guys over. And
ISO, they're going to try to get ISO ball, and then they're going to try to get outrunning, which we know the Sixers struggle with. But I will say, and this is something that I've been saying, which is like, if you are able to figure out a way where if their entire objective is we have to stop Joel Embiid, first off, good luck. Second off, if that is the case, then Embiid has said, like, I need to be a better passer. I need to be a better playmaker. I need to be better at reading these situations. And he's going to create, like, they're going to challenge Tobias Harris to make open shots. They're going to challenge James Harden to take open threes. And ultimately, I think Toronto's going to be a pain in our ass. but I feel more confident today about the series than I did a week ago because John Hollinger picked against the Sixers, Coach Thorpe picked against the Sixers, and Bill Simmons picked against the Sixers, and they're all bozos who don't watch ball at all because today Coach Thorpe on the Low Post said that Furkan Korkmaz was going to be the X factor for this series. That's like saying fucking Aaron Nesmith is going to be the X factor for the Celtics. Like he doesn't play. Korkmaz isn't even in the rotation. You don't watch the Sixers. Like if you don't watch the Sixers, that's fine. But say that up front because we watch them every night and we know that Korkmaz hasn't been in the rotation in a month, and the only way he's playing in this series is during the Thybulle games, possibly as a replacement.
Right. Spread pick and roll is broken everyone's brains, where everyone's like. Everyone just looks at the two stars and is like, okay, who can shoot around these guys? Because that's how most teams play, and that's just not how the Sixers play. Like they don't use that much shooting to be honest. I mean, their shooters are guys like Danny Green, they're guys like George Niang, who realistically aren't going to play up. Like Tobias and Maxey will play 40 minutes a game, and they can shoot. But they're not going to be high volume guys, and I think that I think Niang's going to be big for you guys.
He will be.
Series. I don't know. I think you need guys like that. That's why I love Grant Williams so much. There's he's
they're very similar in a way. I think that
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You need those chunky power forward guys who can kind of gum it up and they can shoot a little.
Boris Diaw, the GOAT.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the GOAT of that
Williams
guy,
was
Boris Diaw.
The most popular upside comp was Boris Diaw.
And they were wrong because he's better than that. No, I think I don't know. I think I think it's good. I think you guys would struggle with the Bucks. And I think a Celtics series would just be tough just because of the size.
But I think we would lose to the Celtics and the Nets. I feel better about a Bucks series than I feel about a Celtics or a Nets series.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's because I don't think that the Bucks are really good. It's because the Bucks tend to not really like people compare. The Warriors broke our brain in a way. The Warriors made everyone think that every great team is dominant from start to finish, and they're gonna run you off the court and they're gonna make your big man unplayable and they're gonna do all these things that are just not really the what the true definition of a really good team is. And the Bucks are a really, really good team. I think the Celtics are gonna beat them in the second round, dude. I really do. I think that if Robert Williams is back. I think this. I've been going back and forth on this. I think if the Celtics can survive the Nets in round one, I think they beat the Bucks. And I think it's possible that they go to the finals. I think my prediction, because Jack, I want to hear yours because I know you have your whole bracket planned out or whatever. But my whole thing has been if you removed everything we know about the Celtics. And you sit and all your preconceived notions about Jaylen Brown and Udoka and Jason Tatum and all of them, and you just looked at oh wow, they beat the fucking shit out of a lot of really good teams, and they beat the shit out of bad teams. You would clearly pick them to go to the finals, right? But because we have these preconceived notions about that team that were from the first half of the season, that we go. No, there's no way they could make the finals because of all of this. Because Tatum has come on as of late, but our idea of Tatum isn't that he's a top 5, top 10 player. But in the playoffs, it's different. It's a different game, and Tatum has the ability. I look at guys like Tatum and Mitchell and John Morant and Trae Young, who you might not say they're top 5 players in the regular season or top 10 players in the regular season, but their ceiling in the playoffs is that.
Yeah. I think the biggest strength of the Celtics is that they're a young team, but they've also been in an insane amount of playoff games for how young they are, and big games against LeBron and shit. I think the bigger point I wanted to make here is I really think the Heat are extremely fraudulent, and I think
totally agree.
Get past the Raptors, I really think like they might lose to the Hawks. I kind of want the Hawks to win this game because I think if the Cavs are like, I love the Cavs. I think they're good, but I think they're just too banged up and they're too like exploitable on the wing.
I agree.
The Hawks, I think, could actually beat the Heat. Like, because I think Jimmy's
Clint Capella being hurt. Clint
over
Capella
it.
being hurt is a big deal, though. Like,
Yeah,
this,
that's not
if this is a real injury, they're cooked.
Yeah.
But I agree with the overall idea
Yeah.
that the Heat could be beat. Like, I really think that the Heat could easily get beat. But if the Raptors beat us, I think the Raptors could beat the Heat. Like,
I think whoever wins Sixers Raptors is going to go to the finals, which is the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay, so Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Really quickly, can I go back to Celtics Bucks?
Yeah.
I just have a Celtic. I really think it is Robert Williams, only because I think that Jalen Brown is better than Kyrie.
At this point,
like now, I think that like considering what he can do on defense, I think Jalen Brown is a more valuable basketball player than Kyrie Irving. Yeah. And like Durant is obviously better than Tatum, but Smart is not like a bad matchup for Kyrie if you're Boston. Yeah. Like,
okay, so Durant is better than Tatum, but I think we look at that in a vacuum and we say, okay, so Durant's better than Tatum, so the Nets should have the advantage in the series.
But I don't think they do, because I think Tatum's about as good a matchup as you can have besides like Giannis.
And also, on top of that, you have to factor in the Nets defense and what they can present to Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and a wing-heavy shot-creating team like the Celtics is nothing. Their defense fucking sucks, dude. Like, their defense, like, if they are locked in, and maybe if they somehow got okay, so if you dropped the defensive version of Ben Simmons from last year into this series, okay, maybe we're talking, maybe if he had 6 months to build up into that tall Bruce Brown role that we've joked about in the past.
And you could switch and do scram switches, like when you get a mouse in the house or something like that, you know, like, because playing defense is not just something you do, you just drop in. You've got to like fucking learn shit. Like Derek White, like, is an excellent defender, and he still had to like figure out shit with us, like when we traded for him. Like, you know, like
the Raptors defense, as I had to pound the rock guys on the podcast earlier this week, they're like, our defense was trash for like 2 months. The Celtics defense was not that good for the first 2 months of the season.
Dennis Schroeder and Enes Freedom had a giant thing to do.
What's that?
Yeah, I said Dennis Schroeder and Enes Freedom had an enormous
for sure. But the system was taught. It wasn't second nature. It wasn't just like, oh, we all know this from the jump. We're going to figure this out, whatever. Defense takes time. Timing takes time. Offensively, like, I watched a play earlier and they were showing these like Bruce Brown highlights. And like, by the way, I'm not even feeling like this is that insane. Bruce Brown, this version of Bruce Brown is literally just as good as Ben Simmons to me in a playoff setting. Yeah. Because defensively, he's going to play good point of attack defense. You can switch with him, whatever. He's going to shoot open threes.
He won't get hacked. How about that? That's a huge, like, that's the huge thing with Ben Simmons. Like, that's why it's like total bullshit that he's coming back. Because if they do that, they're throwing away a game. We're gonna hack him, and he's going to fuck it up. Like,
and if there's like
in Boston,
yeah. Like, what are you doing? Like,
the worst place for him to get hacked is Philly. The second worst is Boston.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
It's literally the second worst place that could happen to him. Like, you know,
the best place. They should bring him back. If anything, if they bring him back game 4, maybe they're strategically bringing him back game 4 because no one cares about Nets games. Like, no one gives a shit. Like as the other Sam Sheehan said, it's all Tisch grads who went to the Electric Zoo. Like, it's like, you know, it's fucking like I literally think that going to a Nets game in 2022 is just a bit. Like, I don't think that it's literally like Alex Strum and like 20,000 random people who won like at their office thing. They like dropped their business card in And then they were like, "Oh, you won tickets to a Nets game. Congratulations!"
Like they had like probably pound for pound the greatest offense of all time last year.
They did.
I got tickets to game 1 for like $30 of the playoffs.
They literally had Harden being like, "Please come to the game."
Yeah,
Please.
I'm not, like, that's not an exaggeration. It was like literally $30 that I got.
Very quickly, I am on SeatGeek. I'm checking how much it costs to go to a Nets round 1 game right now.
Game 3. How much does game 3 cost?
Yeah,
I'm curious. I'm not even because like, look, I lived in New York for years.
Yeah,
a lot of people, including me. Hold on, before you get this.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to say before we get into the prices, it's very expensive to live in New York. I did not make a lot of money when I lived there. I don't blame anyone who doesn't want to spend their little expendable income to go to a Brooklyn Nets.
I would say pound for pound, it's cheaper time-wise to go to the Nets game than to pay that fraction of rent on your apartment if it's $30. That's 3 hours of life that you buy is actually cheaper when you're living in the New York rent. But anyway, but it's hundreds. I mean, it was also COVID, so take that into consideration.
So my thinking, the cheapest ticket is $144, but that's because New York is easy to get to from Boston.
Oh yeah,
and also a lot of transplants too.
It's all going to be Celtics fans. It's all going to be Celtics fans at Barclays. It's going to be amazing.
But also the Celtics are expected to win that. Like, I was a sicko who like signed up for that game 1 experience. Like, all right, maybe Evan Fournier, Kemba, and Tristan Thompson can pull this out against the greatest offense of all time. Not a lot of other Boston fans. They skipped that. They were like, yeah, I'll watch it at the bar. I don't want to get yelled at by like children Nets fans and trash thrown at me which is what happened.
I don't want to get yelled at by Alex Strom. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was that he tweeted today that like the Yes Network, like this year, like they averaged like 78,000 viewers. And that was like a 90% increase over like 2 years ago.
They broke the record.
It's just like,
they literally were like, we're growing at an exponential rate, folks. But it has never been a better time to be a Nets fan, folks. We love it. We love it here in Brooklyn.
They've got to bring back the night.
It literally there literally hasn't been a better time to be a Nets fan, and they still fucking can't get. It's awesome, dude. They suck so bad. They rule.
I love it. I think that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving might be the most aesthetically pleasing duo to watch in the NBA.
Yes.
And no one cares.
Yeah.
Like no one there is like, yeah, go and do it. Like no one gives a shit at all. Like it's literally a fraction of a fraction.
There would be a fatality a night at Lakers at Staples Center if they played for the Lakers. Like the Lakers. Yeah,
it would be like the Yugoslavian soccer games where they're fighting over some civil war that happened like 27 years ago.
No, the guys would be in there like cleaning up after the game, like the spilled popcorn, soda, dismembered limb, another soda, Raisinets box, a head. It just like blood and body parts everywhere.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom really quickly. Hold the fort down for me while I'm gone here. Yeah. But
I have a fun game.
We gotta get our king his bathroom break. But I think just generally speaking, I don't know. I think the Sixers have a better shot and the Raptors, honestly, by the same token, have a better shot than people are giving them credit for, because I think that side of the bracket is
pretty
I just
easy.
think the Heat are frauds. I think if whoever comes out of that like Sixers Raptors matchup is going to be able to beat whoever comes out of that 1-8 matchup, and if you can make the Eastern Conference Finals, you can make the finals. It doesn't matter who your opponent is.
Harden is a better basketball player than Jimmy Butler is, and Jimmy Butler is the second best player on the Sixers is better than the best player on the Heat. That's not good for the Heat.
They're not what the Heat are good at, and something that I forget about is they're good at having these insane top heavy teams and then just finding two undrafted white guys who can shoot like 45% from three. Like, and that's like what they do. Like, so it's like, I don't know if like Max Strus is going to be the answer for them in the playoffs. Let me just
the thing is though, is like Max Strus, someone said he has like 10% of his career points against the Sixers.
Oh no, that's funny.
Yeah, because the Sixers have historically struggled against movement shooters, specifically white guys who can shoot off of movement,
which is like all the Heat do. Like they make a roster that's $200 million for 6 guys who are all 37, and then they go get like 9. They go get like 9 white guys who are undrafted and then shoot 45% for some reason.
They just make Haslam scream at them until they're scared to miss.
Yeah.
Like that's
that was so sick. By the way,
scared straight.
I gotta say, I gained a lot of respect for Spoelstra in that clip. Like for like Jimmy screaming at him, and he's just like giving it the exact right response. Like, what? You're gonna fucking fight me? What are you doing?
I was like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Also, I gained respect for Spoelstra, and I also gained respect for Haslam because Haslam has always been a bit of a heel, just like kind of like like a little bit of like whatever, like, but him being like this is Spoelstra's team. You're just a fucking you're just a guy. Like you're a guy who came in here, everything, whatever. They literally just have a bodyguard that they pay $2 million a year to just be like, protect Spo at all costs.
Well, like at this point, like if LeBron can't get you fired, Jimmy Butler can't get you fired. Like Jimmy Butler think like
Jimmy. And also just Jimmy Butler, like Rachel Nichols got outed. He has no plug. His Windhorst went down.
Dude, I'm sorry.
And,
I'm calling it now. Jimmy Butler, the most overrated playoff performer of this current iteration. Okay, so
the most overrated player. Well, you could just say that. Honestly, I feel like he's one of the most overrated players.
So I do still think that if Jimmy were to have stayed in Philly, I think his second banana roll in a context that makes sense for him. But the problem is that his mindset, he has alpha mindset.
Yeah,
but the thing with Jimmy staying in, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole because I could go down this rabbit hole for days. But the thing about Jimmy staying in Philly is that it would mean you could have gotten rid of Ben for a year of Kawhi.
Or
that's the difference
you could have got rid of Ben for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Paul George or whoever whatever was the thing that was available.
Maybe you just don't re-sign Tobias. Like maybe
true
is the other side of that.
But you traded too many.
Honestly, more importantly, you probably don't re-sign Tobias, and if you don't re-sign Tobias, then you don't have like arguably the worst contract in the history of the NBA.
More what I'm thinking, because I think that with Ben and Jimmy, there's still problems there. Like that's a no-go. Like I just
it's not a great fit around Joel when they literally like Joel's the best 3-point shooter by a wide margin of all three of them.
Like if you put Jimmy on the current iteration of the Sixers, now I think we've got something.
That's what I was saying in the Discord the other day, and I don't like Jimmy Butler. I'm anti-Jimmy Butler, but if you took Tobias Harris off the Sixers, you put Jimmy Butler in there, they're championship contenders. And probably the favorites in the East, if not.
Because when Jimmy Butler was like the second best, I guess, I don't know, he and Rose's primes never lined up that much, but like the brief time that
was a weird situation for them too.
That like short window where they were good at the same time, it like made sense. Like you put Butler and Rose and just a big guy who's good, and it's like a smart combination.
That Bulls team is one of the most interesting too, because like, do you guys remember that like Joakim Noah was like 5th in MVP voting? Like
one of those very weird times,
and he deserved it. That's the crazy thing.
Incredible.
It wasn't like it was a Westbrook thing where everyone was just like freaked out by something. Like he was incredible. Like there's so many interesting teams. Like the 2019 Raptors are kind of like this, where in everybody's head, the 2019 Raptors, it was like, it was Kawhi and these bums, and it's like 4 all-stars.
But but it's a retrospect thing where it's like, someone said this about the Suns, where like in a few years we could look back and be like, oh shit, they had Mikal Bridges who like made an all-star team, and
Yeah.
like you could look at this and like Ayton who like could make multiple all-star teams, and you're like, well, how? Yeah, of course they were dominant, but at the time, no one was saying that about the Raptors. It was always like,
the thing I never got. Sorry.
No,
The thing I never
Go.
got about those Raptors teams is like Marc Gasol was still really good when they traded for him, and people are like, no team that made a midseason trade wins the title, and it's like the Raptors don't win that title without Marc Gasol.
Yeah.
Okay, so the midseason title thing has more to do with the fact that no really good players are usually available at the deadline.
Yeah.
That's not the case anymore. Like that is the difference why, like, when people were saying that about James Harden or whoever, like, dude, like, say what you will about the players who were traded at this deadline. CJ McCollum makes an all-star team if he's in the Eastern Conference. Sabonis has made multiple all-star teams. Harden was traded. Halliburton will probably make an all-star team at some point in his career. Bradley Beal almost got traded. Like, the idea that you can't trade for a guy who is going to make an impact on the title race mid-season is not true. It's just that generally speaking, those guys aren't available.
Well, it doesn't even need to be a big guy. I think it was huge for the Celtics to get Tice and Derek White, and like in exchange for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like
also, I think that Derek White is comparable in terms of impact to that version of Marc Gasol.
Right, that is true. But honestly, well, even if to do a title thing though, like you could do the Bucks and PJ Tucker last year
for sure.
Like, you know, like I don't know if they win that. I don't know if they win that Nets series without PJ Tucker. He was pretty important they needed every fucking body they could get to throw at KD, you know.
And the thing about PJ Tucker that I had underestimated at the time was that he made it so you could switch everything.
Yeah.
Because that unlocks a lot of shit.
I'm so sad. This guy's account is gone now. There was a guy, Eddie Brawley, who had a tweet that from like 2014 that I fucking wish I had saved so bad. And it was like, there was a kid on my AAU team who used to jack off with his own spit. And 2 years later, I turn on a TV and I guess PJ Tucker plays in the NBA now. And I think about that all the fucking time. And I want to tweet it. I want to retweet it and find it so bad, but the account is gone, and I know I can never find the tweet again. And I want to find like a screenshot of it so bad to like tweet out about the PJ Tucker jacking off with his own spit. And I just fucking god damn it. It's so sad that it's gone forever.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
On that note, I am gonna have to leave you fellas for the evening, but I do appreciate
Sam.
Thank you
for having me. Thank you for coming through, sir. I'm getting drunker as the night progresses.
We made it through my part of the show without any cancelable jokes, so I'm gonna cut my losses. I was gonna say I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead before I say something.
Cheers, bud. I'm gonna take another shot,
fellas.
I'll be right back. I have to run out for a cig break. It's cig break time for Chill Stable Guy.
Do it up. You can smoke a cigarette on the air, dude. It's cool. No, I'm kidding. I know you're at your parents' house or whatever. I would smoke a cigarette right now if I had one. I'll say that much. I do not have a cigarette. I'm very drunk. It's an hour and 40 minutes into this, and I did not. Oh, I might have to have a slice of pizza at some point. I have pizza in the kitchen. Oh my God.
But I think if the Cavs make it through, considering like both Jimmy and Bam like don't shoot, and the Cavs have two really good interior defenders, they could definitely just make it very problematic.
That's actually a good point. I didn't even really think about that, because I do think that if Allen is healthy and Mobley is Mobley, which like dude is a fucking beast on defense. I immediately watch Evan Mobley. Like, I watch him in the tournament a little bit. I watch him in the Pac-12 tournament. That's what I do. That's my college scouting. I watch them in their tournaments. And then I watched him in the preseason, and I immediately was like, this guy is going to be the best player from this class based on like 5 games I watched. And sometimes these guys have this impact that's like, it's undeniable. And on the defensive end, I feel like in a Heat series, because what you just brought up is true. Like, I mean, like, they're going to have Kyle Lowry and Hero running their perimeter offense. And like, I'm not afraid of those guys inside the arc. And then the other guys, it's the reverse, where like, I'm not like having two non-shooters running your offense can be very problematic, as the Sixers were. I mean, and like, being a better shooter than before. Yeah. Like, I mean, it is kind of comparable to that. And like, some of the calculator boy shit I've seen about the Heat, I'm like a little bit like, maybe they're bigger frauds than I even thought. Like maybe they're just not that good against good teams. And like, I mean, we saw them lose to some really bad teams in like a Sixers last year kind of way.
They lost like us, like without Joel and Harden.
Right. And then they lost to the Heat, or they lost to the Warriors without Steph. And then they lost to they got crushed by the Nets. Like, there's definitely some fraudulent potential with them. I need to see if the Sixers get past the first round. I'll believe that the fraudulence isn't there. I'll believe that they're frauds until they prove me that they aren't. But that's kind of, I'm more protecting myself so I don't get hurt. It's more like
you put up those walls and it's like,
exactly, you know, dude. Yeah, you've watched every Bravo show. You know how they are. I don't let people in. I have my walls up. I'm very protective. Like, that's how I feel. But about the Sixers, I'm in a relationship with them.
No, like I even like remember like when the Kawhi shot happened. Like I wasn't even like really paying attention. I was like ironing. And I was like, oh, Kawhi is like definitely going to hit this game winner. There's like no doubt about it. And then he happened to do it, and then it just also so happened to be in like the most spectacular fashion ever.
But
and
you anticipate
okay.
it. You anticipate the pain.
Oh, of course. No, because you know, I can think of like, you know, I remember especially like during the process years, you know, like whether it was the Warriors game, or I remember like Eric Gordon hitting a game winner against us, and it was just like, you know, it's just
Emmanuel Mudiay.
Yes, oh my God, the Mudiay shot.
Yeah,
that was
the Eric Gordon. The Eric Gordon shot was fucked up because I don't even think that they. I feel like the Sixers were kicking their ass for most of that game, and they came back at the end, and Eric Gordon hit that corner three. I remember I was at Matt Del Rio, who I have on the podcast. I was at his house, and we were watching that game, and I was like, you can't get invested in this team because they're not good enough. And he was like, no, I care too much. Like, I have to care. I was like, the Sixers aren't good enough yet. And I believe that was that 17-18 or 16-17 when Eric Gordon hit that shot.
God, I barely remember what happened last week.
I think it was 16-17. I think it was the last year when they were like actually still bad, when Joel only played like 30 games or whatever. And I remember just telling Matt, like, don't get too invested in this team. They're not good enough. And proved to be right. I mean, 17-18, if it happened that year, it was the beginning of the year. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it was the beginning of 17-18. But either way, the Eric Gordon shot lives forever in my mind. And it's honestly why I want to trade for him. I'm like Doc Rivers. You hit a shot against us once?
What?
I said it's like Doc Rivers. I'm like, you hit a shot against us once? I want you on my team.
Yeah, I don't. Oh God. Yeah, this game is. Oh yeah, I was gonna say some of the piggies are getting a little restless. I know you said I believe Mr. Nihilus Bucks is coming.
I don't think he's coming.
Oh,
so
okay.
You want to invite any other people? Add people in.
Okay.
Feel free to come in.
Because I was gonna say because Balsamic Vin actually tagged you and wanted to know when he was gonna be on the show.
Okay, so is there anyone but Balsamic Vin that wants to come in? Because you can't just say Balsamic Vin 100 times and have that be the shit. Because anyone who is in here that is not a part of the YKB Discord, Balsamic Vin is a very funny character in the YKB Discord. I don't think anyone outside of the YKB Discord would know. I did not lie about Nihilus Bucks. He stopped hitting me up, so I'm assuming that he bailed, which is fine. He never retweeted it. And he told me he was going to drop in, but it is what it is. It's all right. He comes on all the time. So we're chilling. I might at some point need to grab some fucking pizza because I'm hungry. But I'm getting much drunker. I'm drinking, I don't know if you saw this, but I'm drinking shots out of a fucking, as Jack said, it's like a dentist spit cup.
Yeah, it's just like the top to NyQuil.
That's right. I don't have shot glasses, so I don't take shots. I'm not 19 anymore, so I have to take shots out of my dental gear here. So the Hawks are coming back. They're definitely going to win this game. I agree with the people in there. Let's see. Let's run through some of the comments, see what people are saying.
Yeah, I really like Fidel Castro of the strip club. I'm not totally sure what that means, but
James Harden, revolutionary. The Heat are obvious frauds. Agreed. The gap between Spo and Doc is so much bigger than the gap between Jimmy and Embiid. No, that's not true. Jimmy's a fraud, dude. You'll see. Outside of the bubble, that's fake shit, dude. You're going to see. I'll tell you that much. Also, I think coaching matters when you have a talent gap. That is, I agree with the general concept of that if the talent gap isn't that big, I do think that the talent gap is very large between Jimmy Butler and Joel Embiid. But I think that, like, this idea that coaching matters so much, I agree with it. But if you have, like, the two best players in the series, it probably doesn't fucking matter. And that's what a lot of all this, like, the nerd shit on every NBA podcast this week about the Raptors makes me think that the Sixers are actually going to win this series and that I've been worried about nothing. Because all the people who overthink things and are just like, yeah, the Raptors are going to win because Nick Nurse is, and like Zach Lowe brought it up. He's like, are we just overthinking this because like the Raptors are like the darlings of nerd media and like Nick Nurse is like the fucking darling coach and like they could never do any wrong and Masai Ujiri is the woke king and all that stuff. Like, I really think that it's a possibility. Like, I think that the Sixers might just have the two best players in the series and it might not matter at all.
It's important to remember, too, the easiest bet in the NBA is that the Raptors lose game one of the playoffs. Every year, even the Kawhi year, they lost game one against the Magic. They lose game one every year.
They beat the Sixers game one, though.
I don't want to. What's important?
But then the Sixers almost won 3 in a row until Tobias Harris went 2 of 11 in game 4.
I was at that game. It was not a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, that footage should be not allowed on the internet.
I went to that game, and the guy sitting next to me had flown in from Australia because he was a Brett Brown fan, which remains one of the most insane things I've ever heard.
He was a Brett Brown fan?
He wasn't
even a Ben Simmons fan? He was a Brett Brown fan? He just went to go watch him stand on the sideline and say things?
I was talking to this guy. He was like, yeah, I'm a neuroscientist, and I had some vacation time to blow, and like, Brett Brown used to coach the team in Australia, so I flew to America
fair,
to
most normal countries get like a month of vacation. We're like, can we get 7 days of vacation? It would literally change our lives. And most normal countries are like, we all get like 2 months off a year. Like, why do it? Like, why? Like, that's like vacation's nothing to them compared to
Ben
like
Simmons,
us. It's like
workers' rights king.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Okay, so the Hawks have cut the lead to 4. Darius Garland is cooking, though. This is, to me, I said this is like the Steve Nash off, where Isaac Okoro open 3 and he missed it. Shocker. So this is the Steve Nash off because Darius Garland and Trae Young are the most similar to Steve Nash if you think about their player comps. Young's got a little bit of I would say that Garland's got a little bit of Kyrie in his game, and Young's got a little bit of like Harden Luka in his game, although Luka was kind of around the same time as him. But like the comps are definitely there. That's why I called it the Steve Nash off. So there you go. Cheers. I'm getting drunker. Oh, you got your cat there? My cats are sleeping over on the other side of the room. What's your cat's name?
I was gonna say Jack is on mute.
Jack, you're muted, bud.
This is Seamus.
Seamus Clancy, the guy from Twitter.
Same guy. That's who he's named after. My favorite sports
that's so
writer.
nice. The
Wait,
sports.
So Jack, someone wants to know who is on your jersey.
Oh, it's Harden Fever. It's Harden Fever here in Philadelphia.
Number one, let's go.
With my DH Gate Chinese jersey, because I will not give Josh Harris my money.
It's actually Michael Rubin, but I agree with the sentiment.
Either way, I'm not giving Adam Silver my money. I'm not giving.
I had someone in my mentions call him Adolf Silver the other day, and I was like, all right, you got to chill, dude. Like, all right, like.
I was thinking about this earlier. I did not know that Kyrie wore an on the Iranian president shirt.
Oh, yeah, I didn't. Okay, so when he referenced that, I was like, I feel like I vaguely remember this, but I also
Kyrie seems way more like a Gaddafi guy to me. If you think it through.
Kyrie is Gaddafi pill.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if you could totally talk Kyrie into being a Gaddafi guy. Just like lower, like
look like he's for universal housing.
Universal housing got the literacy rate up. Like, sure, there were some speed bumps, but you know. I don't know. I still think Kyrie is cool. To
Also,
circle back to
you could
that.
probably just explain to him that the reason why Gaddafi's dead is because Hillary Clinton murdered him, and he would be like, yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people in the Discord would like that.
It's true. I mean, she was the Secretary of State when he was.
You know what? The funny thing about that is I remember that week, like when that happened, around the time that happened, like my entire town like lost power. I think that was like in the winter when there were like big storms, and I had to go print something out. So I went to the local library, and someone on one of the public computers was like looking at his death photos.
Those were brutal. I remember those.
Yeah, that was not a good
I'm
time.
trying to like print something out for my SAT. Like I don't know why. I don't know why you have to be like this.
I'm just thinking about like a person who's just on YouTube right now and is just like searching through some live streams about NBA stuff. And then they come across our stream and we're talking about Gaddafi's murder photos like after he was killed. All right, so we need to get some people from the Discord in here. Can we get?
Oh yeah, wait. Okay, wait. I got someone. Let me see.
Send him the link.
I can bring on our resident meme maker, Daniel.
Oh, Daniel. Okay.
I'll see if he joins us.
Daniel's the homie. He will come on here, and I feel like we need to get some hot takes going, either in the comments or Daniel needs to bring some fire takes.
Oh, I have a take.
Okay.
Steve Nash is like one of the worst coaches in the NBA, right?
Yes.
I mean, what does he do?
Exactly.
He's kind of like
the vibes aren't good.
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of like Doc Rivers, but without the PR. Like
I figured they wanted him to be Steve Kerr, but like Steve Kerr was good at least like managing Draymond's ego and like how the team vibed. And like Steve Nash, it's been awful. They had to trade James Harden. That's how bad the energy got.
Yeah, true. But also, like, what coach could have overcame Kyrie and Harden in one locker room?
Yeah, Phil. That's it. My boy.
The Zen Master.
Yeah.
By the way, this game is very close now.
It's Trey. It would be fun if Trey just like won the game. I'll give him credit for that.
What's the score on your stream?
Right now for me, it is 77-76.
Okay, good. So I'm ahead of you then. Wow. You guys are about to see some shit coming up. So,
boy.
Multiple things. I'm glad to be the one that's ahead for the first time ever.
Oh, come on.
I'm usually the one that's behind on these streams.
I know. I
Wow.
decided to get a Sling. I'm watching on Sling TV, so shout out to them.
Shout out to Sling, not sponsor of the stream. That would be DirecTV. Who, listen, you ever heard this before? You got your wife's girlfriend's sister-in-law's login for. Oh, we got Daniel here.
Oh, let's go.
What's up?
Daniel, what's up, King? How you doing, brother?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing well, dude. We were just doing our DirecTV sponsorship plug before
Heard a little Gaddafi talk.
What's up?
Heard a little Gaddafi talk, so things are going
Yeah, we were talking about Gaddafi for a little bit.
Great.
Just our general NBA topics. that
Wait,
we
is
hit
this
on,
stream, for what it's worth, is this stream actually sponsored by DirecTV?
No, it is not.
All
but
right,
we will
I
get
wanted-
there one day.
I wanted to make sure before I said DirecTV, sponsor of Muammar Gaddafi.
That's tough. That is tough. That's not. You know what's not tough? Signing up for DirecTV for only $69.99 a month. You can sign up for DirecTV.
Are you drinking soju out of like a NyQuil cup right now?
I'm drinking.
He is.
That's way worse.
Yeah, he's drinking tequila and kombucha. It's the devil's
You
combination.
think with the hard kombucha?
Okay, so have you heard about the hard kombucha?
No, I've just heard you talk about it, but I'm not. I think even normal kombucha kind of wakes me out. I don't like the idea of the bacteria. I know it's in like yogurt and stuff, but like premise.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Wow.
It's also like apparently not. Wow, Trey's so good. It's also apparently not even like that good for you. Like apparently it's too much bacteria. I can never keep up with these things though. Hard kombucha pops off. I agree, Ryan Drakely. You know the vibes. Okay, tequila and kombucha is beyond sicko shit. That's right, baby.
Very
Raytheon,
quickly.
sponsor of the You Know Ball podcast. Thank you. Shout out to Raytheon and not Morgan Stanley. What's the
Shout
other
out to Blackwater.
Blackwater. We got fucking
Halliburton.
what's the other contractor that I can't think of?
Lockheed.
What?
Like Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin. There we go. We got it. Someone
Oh.
told me they work for Lockheed Martin at a party a few months ago, and I was like, we should stop having this conversation now.
Yeah, well, they have a huge office in King of Prussia.
Who was that? What was that?
I think that was the game audio from Daniel.
Yeah, I think Daniel was listening to the game. Which I want to say, Daniel, everyone is talking about your mustache. They're going crazy in the
Yeah,
Discord.
it looks great, King.
I'm really jealous because my mustache is pretty deep.
I can't even grow facial hair, so
I
if I
grew mine
do, I
out.
just have a neck beard. It looks bad, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to Brooklyn, so I figured I needed to grow the mustache out to
Yeah.
fit in. I wanted to be like a part of the community.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah. You'll look like every other pedophile there.
Very quickly to distract from that. Earlier at halftime, they had like Stephen A. and Kellerman and Jalen Rose just like chilling, but they make Jalen Rose hold a basketball so you like don't forget what sport you're watching.
They do that on the Phillies post game too. Apparently, they show them holding like baseball bats, and I'm like, yeah, this is a baseball show. Why do we?
Yeah, like I like that they make Jalen Rose hold the ball just like in case you forget. This is about basketball. It's important to remember.
He's like me, professional athlete, Jalen Rose, who had 81 points scored on him against Kobe Bryant, famously. Oh, for anyone asking, not sponsored by June Shine, but June Shine is the kombucha I'm drinking, the hard kombucha. It's very good, honestly. It's a painkiller, so it has coconut, pineapple, orange, and nutmeg in it. It's banging. I highly recommend it. Ooh.
Did you see that clip of Jalen Rose talking about Harden like yesterday, the day before?
The tour dates, and then everyone was
Yeah.
like,
This thing drives me crazy when people will talk about Harden, or like basketball analysts will be like, here's what the Sixers need for the series. And they'll be like, they need James Harden to be James Harden. And it's like, yeah, no fucking shit, dude. He used to shot like 50-point triple-doubles. If we do that, then yeah, we're going to win. Thank you. I get paid $10 million a year.
It's so true. It's like, if James Harden was just the MVP version of James Harden, well, then he wouldn't be on the Sixers.
Yeah, this is the thing.
Because he would be on the Nets right now. And
It's like the Phil Simms bit, where he'll be like, to win the game, if they can score more points and not give up that many points, then they might have a chance.
It's like Game 7. Folks, this is a do-or-die game. The loser goes home. And it's like, yes, no, we understand the concept of what a series is. I've been thinking about the overplayed, like, bits in sports and stuff, like the Young Parms thing about, like, bet on yourself. Like,
bet on yourself is so sick.
Bet on himself.
So sick. He bet on himself.
Which honestly, until recently, was illegal in Canada, so he should probably not bet on himself.
Wichita State, though, they're betting up a storm.
They're just fucking. They got back alley channels and shit. I unfortunately have not been listening with the sound on, but generally speaking, the wants it enough narrative. Like, he really, like, Trae Young wants it really badly. Like, it's not like he was born and, like, his dad was, like, an insanely good basketball player and, like, raised him to be a professional athlete. And, like, you know, he has this absurd touch and amazing playmaking and whatever. It's literally just like he has a desire to win a game more than Joel Embiid. So that's why the Hawks won the series last year.
For what it's worth, though, that is why Memphis won their play-in game. Is that they wanted it more. I believe that, like, completely wholeheartedly.
Versus the Warriors last year?
No, like 2 days ago.
Oh, Minnesota.
Oh, what did I say?
You said Memphis.
I
was like, Memphis was in the play-in? I was like, I thought they were the 2 seed.
No, I meant Minnesota. Sorry. Like, Minnesota just wanted it more than the Clippers did. I believe
and
that. And
Karl Anthony Towns did not want it enough, which is why he was sent to the bench. And then they won the non-Karl Anthony Towns minutes because Karl Anthony Towns, it's all just a measuring stick of how much you care.
Karl Anthony Towns does not have that dog in him.
He does not, and Patrick Beverly does.
Has that dog.
Butler famously said
has that dog in him, and
100%.
I was joking about this earlier, and I was talking about I talked about it in the Discord, and I was like, it's funny to me that Kevin O'Connor got canceled for his, like, whatever comments, because Chris Vernon's comments about that would have been so much more offensive. He would have been talking about Muslim whatever not having the dog in him and all that kind of shit. And I think that Kevin O'Connor, being this innocent dude in everyone's mind, was like, why would he say that fasting is nothing? And on the flip side of that, you have Verno, who is literally just saying whatever the fuck he wants at all times.
Oh, yeah. We all know a Verno, and, like, you know what to expect from that type of dude. And, like, if he's going to say that kind of thing, that's fine. But when, like, a Kevin O'Connor type starts talking about fasting, that's over.
I am crushed. Not. I do want Vernon to unblock me on Twitter. That's, like, the saddest block to me.
So why does he have you blocked again? Can you explain this?
A couple years ago, I had a disagreement with his comments on Kyrie Irving's mental health situation that I may not have handled as delicately as I could have.
Could you explain that?
I don't remember what I said, and I think it's been wiped, but I think it was entirely vulgarity.
I feel like you explained this on my podcast, and I can't remember what it was.
Because that's why when Kevin O'Connor mentioned the diaper picture, Vernon couldn't see it because he's had me blocked. He was like, can you screenshot that for me? I blocked that guy because he called me a piece of shit because I said that Kyrie Irving didn't want it enough. He didn't have that dog in him. The only 2 NBA blocks I have are fucking Vernon and Bobby Marks. Which is
How did you get blocked by Bob? I didn't even think Bobby Marks would read mentions.
I kept calling him sexy in his. I would reply to every one of his posts like, "You're so much prettier than Woj. Please DM."
I mean, in that case, I think the blocking was justified, right?
That's reasonable.
It's a reasonable blocking. Like, if someone was tweeting that shit at me, I would be like, anything. My favorite is, honestly, I don't block these people, but I think it's really funny when I'll tweet something about like the NBA or a rap song I like or whatever, and then people will just quote tweet me and just say white.
I got posted on a white people Twitter, which I guess is a subreddit recently.
What did you say to end up on white people Twitter?
Let me find out. I'll tell you in a minute.
Was it on the Reddit? Was it on the subreddit?
Yeah, it was on like the white people Twitter subreddit.
Yeah, I've because I follow black people Twitter on subreddit, and the white people subreddit came up because it just comes up on your front page. And I generally speaking, the white people subreddit sounds like it could be really bad. Like, no, I follow the white people subreddit. Like, excuse me.
Yeah, I follow white people on Reddit.
You know, the funny thing is though, like we laugh. It's funny, like we're making fun of like the bet on yourself and the dog in him, and yet like we had Ben Simmons who literally had none of that.
Zero dog.
And that was actually a huge problem.
Oh, I should clarify. I'm being so sincere. I love the dogs. I love Pat Beverly. Like, if you're going to be that type of guy, love it.
I agree. Lean into the bit. 100%.
I have a friend who's a Cavs fan, and every time they pull up like some 27-year-old white guy from like the Greek F League or something, he's like, he's got that dog in him though. Kevin Pangos.
Dylan Windler have the dog in him?
Dylan Windler, Dean Wade, like all these scrubs they pull out. Fantastic.
We were talking about
Scrappy, Jim Rat, never stopped running.
Oh, yeah. The Cavs have a monopoly on NBA white boys with the sauce.
Yeah, Seti is.
They got Ricky Rubio. They got Dean Wade. I mean, Laurie, no sauce,
but he's been cooking the night.
Yeah,
little bit of sauce, a little bit of side sauce. It is funny because now that I think about it, like none of their white guys really play. Like, I think Laurie's the only white guy that plays. Maybe no, Shetty also plays a little bit.
There was like periods throughout the year when, like, I mean, it was
Kevin Love, yeah. No, okay, yeah. So they had, but yeah, I think Dean Wade is hurt. Actually, the greatest D Wade in Cavs history, folks. Have you heard this one?
Say it.
Have you heard it?
I forgot that D Wade played for the Cavs for 3 months.
Delavado dog. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Kevin Love. Yeah, I know.
There's actually a crazy amount of white people in this game.
Yeah, I know.
You got Gallo.
Actually, the Hawks, yeah. Because you got Gallo, you got Bogdanovich, you got Kevin Herter.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about how many
representation matters.
Yeah, built into the rank like the best white American players and
shit. They are, they are a minority. They are a minority in the NBA.
Technically,
I will say, Jeff Van Gundy asked the important question the other night. Did you see that clip? Where
the brothers thing?
Yeah, where Jeff Van Gundy said he wanted to have an NBA team of all brothers, and Mark Jackson was like, "You mean black guys?" And Jeff Van Gundy was like, "No, siblings."
Wait, have you seen that Jeff Van Gundy clip about where he's talking about cousins, second cousins?
Yes, it's the greatest clip on the internet. It's so good.
Have you all seen this?
I've not. Explain a little bit of context.
It is like a Curb Your Enthusiasm scene, but like happening in the middle of a game.
Jeff Van Gundy, you can. Yeah. Sorry, you can get it.
The play is going on, and they must be talking about like two players who are second cousins or something. And then Jeff goes, I never really understood the rules with second cousins, and what you're allowed to do. And I think it's Mark Jackson. It's like, we don't need to be talking about this.
Things are going well when Mark Jackson is the voice of reason. And he's like, hey, this might be a little bit problematic.
The only other real
The
argument
guy who
for
came
like,
into his locker room and was like, I know this isn't important, but I need you to know that I hate gay people. Like, literally, that's Mark Jackson. So anyway,
I still think the best Van Gundy clip might be in the middle of the one Warriors finals game where he forgets what he's doing because Rihanna walks in front of him. Remember that?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Well, I know the classic Savannah James clip.
They're in the middle of a game and he's just like, sorry, everyone, Rihanna just walked in front of me. Have you seen her? And everyone's like, Jeff, like, calm down.
I love the Van Gundys, man. I know people shit on Stan especially all the time, but love that guy.
No, Stan rocks. He's a leftist icon.
Yeah, leftist icon, Stan Van Gundy. I actually like Jeff Van Gundy a lot. Once you realize he's a nasty curmudgeon who hates everything and everyone, you grow an appreciation for the man.
Oh, for sure. He's one of like the 3 commentators that'll like actually give fairly insightful.
He
like,
breaks down the game at least during the game sometimes.
And he'll do like that Tony Romo thing where he'll be like, I think they're gonna run this next.
And then it will actually happen. Yeah.
Fantastic. Stan I love because he posts on Twitter like my dad does, where he'll just like quote tweet AOC and be like, thank you.
There was that great clip of Stan
So
Van
great,
Gundy.
like with the prayer hand emojis.
Yeah.
Was it Stan Van Gundy who was at like a BLM protest and someone like tried to pass him a blunt?
Oh, probably.
And it was like on camera and he had to be like, oh, thank you, but I can't.
I can't right now.
Because someone was like, are you Stan Van Gundy? And he was like, no, come on.
Who else could I be looking
Okay, fair enough. Stan Van Gundy with the Jokic calculator boy shit is disgusting. He quoted BPM to say that Jokic is the best, and also used the defensive BPM to say that Jokic is one of the best defenders in the NBA.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for build a fucking wall, Stan.
There we go.
Like, pure
We need that energy.
Dump it up there. Yeah, that's
Stan
the
Van Gundy. Yes, I agree. The Cavs are Sixers thing. Yes, the Cavs are blowing this game. Once again, as I stated earlier, the Atlanta Hawks have never come back from a large deficit. So,
okay, I know, like I get that, I understand that, but at the same time, the combination of like Ben Simmons and Doc Rivers is just like you put those two together, and it was just like such a mess. And
it's
a
2-point game, and the Hawks are winning right now. Though
Ben Thibault lineups, and he would just play those constantly, like for no reason.
I agree, but what I'm saying here is that the Cavs have already sixered. They've already blown the lead. You might be a little bit behind, but the Hawks are up 4 right now on my stream. Yeah, and it does feel as though the Hawks got that dog in them.
100, dude. Trae Young, his stat line is like the most Hooper Pill thing I've ever seen.
Dude,
it's going to be Baldo and Stop is having a field day right now.
26 points on 9 for 19 shooting, 3 for 9 from deep, 4 turnovers, plus 2 in the game.
Okay, so the other day, Spike Eskin tweeted during the Cavs or the Hawks' first play-in game, and was like, "It's crazy to me that James Harden and Trae Young are playing the same sport or whatever." And like at that point, Trae Young was at one point 2 for 9 from the field. Like he couldn't hit a fucking shot. And I was like, this is literally what we've been watching with James Harden. He's very good at passing. He's very good at whatever. And it's funny to me because I guess Spike's whole thing has just been kind of like, I have to hate the point guard of the team.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do now that Ben's not around.
I know now that Ben's not around, he's like, well, honestly, Harden is not a bad person to attach the hate to. That's because true. You can kind of see what might be coming in the playoffs. And then if that happens, you can be like, I'm justified and I'm right in this position.
Yeah, that's true. But I can't feel bad about the first year without Ben Simmons in the playoffs. Because at the end of the Hawks series, I just remember being like, I don't care what defenders we have. I don't care how we keep up. We just need guys who are going to shoot and keep shooting. And now we don't have Ben. He's been playing. I have to feel good.
And also, I do care about their vaccination status so they can play in another country. I don't care about what defenders we have, but if they are on the team,
Yeah, please.
they should
The funniest possible outcome is Nets Raptors Eastern Conference Finals, right?
Yes.
God.
Oh, for sure.
Or Celtics, Jalen Brown.
Also would be very funny. Yes, the idea that the Raptors make the finals because Kyrie, Jalen, and Matisse are in a group chat is very funny.
Well, Kyrie, Australian, also lived in Australia for a little bit. He definitely might know Matisse. It's a possibility.
They're in they're in a woke group chat where they talk about not getting vaccinated.
They shared your tweet about Joe Rogan dying, and they were like, "Did you hear about this?"
They want to like Jonathan Isaac, but he's just like a little too much for them.
He's a little too evangelical for their taste.
It's great that Jonathan Isaac got to meet the Pope. What a good use of everyone's time.
Jonathan Isaac rocks because because it's so hard to be like an anti-vax, like standing up for the right guy and have absolutely no one support you. Usually
Even your own teammates.
Yeah, that's
your
what
own
I'm
teammates
saying.
who are like, we hate this guy, and we don't even go to when he does his pastor sermons.
Like Ennis Cancer even got some like just general press coverage because people like to be like standing up to the Oriental East or whatever they write. But like no one likes Jonathan Isaac. His teammates don't like him. Like he's speaking at CPAC and that's it. So like I kind of respect that element of it. Like he really showed flashes and then was just like, I'm gonna do my thing instead.
Yeah,
I'm going to be the Lauren Bobbert of the NBA.
He doesn't have any stands.
No, you don't see one. What's his Jonathan Isaac Stan season account on Twitter?
He doesn't even fucking play basketball anymore. When was the last time Jonathan Isaac played basketball?
It's been a minute.
It's got to be like 2 years, right?
Yeah, I think it is 2 years.
Did he play in the bubble? I think he might have hurt himself in the bubble.
Yeah,
he was in the bubble because he didn't kneel when the rest of his team did. That's the only reason I know that.
Yeah. Him and TJ Warren just like shook hands and they agreed we'll never play basketball again.
Was Myers one of the guys who didn't kneel?
Who was it?
Was Myers Leonard one of the guys who didn't kneel at the time?
Yes. Because they did the fascist organization in South Beach did the whole thing where like
right. They were like, we all respect.
They hugged him and like
right.
he stood, but we kneeled, and also like in a few months he's gonna get canceled for saying a slur. Yeah.
Quick Jonathan Isaac update. His book is releasing soon.
Oh, let's pre-order it.
It's a Why I Stand by Jonathan Isaac.
That's really what it's called?
Can we do a book club? Can we read the Jonathan Isaac book for the podcast?
Fucking go, dude. Yeah, he tore his ACL in the bubble. That rocks. Fuck Jonathan Isaac, dude. What a loser. Jonathan Isaac would be, even with a torn ACL, would be the best two-way wing on the Sixers. So,
Did you know that the Daily Wire has a sports podcast?
Yeah, let's listen to it.
Yeah, why are we not listening to that every week?
The Daily Wire Ben Shapiro's thing?
Yeah, Jonathan Isaac was on the sports show.
Awesome. Cool. I'm sure there's a lot of valuable insights.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be like the sports equivalent of that picture of Ben Shapiro holding the 2x4 outside Home Depot. It's just like the Magic are looking really good this year.
Every episode just covers why the Celtics are the most pure and dominant team in NBA history.
Why the Celtics need to get Gordon Hayward back today.
For cultural reasons.
Where is Gordon Hayward going to go? Because he wants out, right?
He's from LA and he's a huge Celtics fan, Ben Shapiro.
Probably the Lakers, I think.
No, we're going to take Kobe.
Yeah, no. I mean, Ben Shapiro grew up. Think about when Ben Shapiro grew up.
Oh, yeah. No, we were saying, like, where's Hayward going to go?
Hayward.
Yeah.
Come on now. Do a shot of shoju for me. All right. Or soju. I apologize.
I think no one is going to want to take him on other than, like, the most desperate team that just needs anything.
Also,
Yes,
never
that's actually. I
forget
think the Lakers is a good candidate, but also you got to move the Russell Westbrook salary. So that's the hard
Russell
part.
Westbrook, Jordan Brand.
Could be big.
No. You can't ruin LaMelo.
Sure we
the thing.
can.
I don't give a shit about the Hornets.
I think it would be a funny bit. Have like Terry Rozier, LaMelo Ball, Russell Westbrook. Like, just go for it, right?
Yeah.
Hayward
Well,
traded
presumably-
all over.
You send Russ to Portland, is what happens.
Russ goes to Portland with
Who else has room?
no one.
Like, who else can take
The
on Russ? Because the
Pistons,
Thunder are
the-
going to have all the
Yeah, I mean, I
Tobias
like
money.
the Thunder, but
All right.
Sixers
All right,
can
I have to go
offer
to the
more.
bathroom again, but I will be back shortly. There's 5 minutes left in this game, so
It is funny that there could be like a bidding war between LA and Philly to see who can send their guy to Oklahoma.
wait. Now, Jack, are you in the Discord?
I was in it once, but I'm not really a Discord guy.
Okay, no, that's understandable because Daniel is our resident like meme maker. He's created such unbelievable content that a lot of it at the expense of Austin Krell.
Do you know Krell?
I do not know Krell.
Familiar with Austin Krell? Let me not defame him on the podcast. He's a wonderful Sixers beat reporter.
Yeah, he's a great sport.
He's a really good sport.
Interesting things,
Constantly.
but we also like to make a lot of memes about him.
Oh, we just churn out atrocities with his face on them every day.
I really want to make a Photoshop right now, but I don't want to do it while we're trying to do this. That's just the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, but it's Trae Young and Darius Garland.
Oh yeah.
Just like the assassination of Darius Garland by the coward Trae Young seems like it would be like a pretty good meme.
I'm really bummed that Garland is probably not gonna win this and get the chance to go on because I like him really well, Trae Young.
Oh,
I love this Cavs team. I really like this core.
I can't provide any details on this information, but I knew somebody that had to work with Trae Young this year, and apparently it is just like an insufferable process.
Details must be provided. What line of work were they in?
So it was like an advertising firm that was like working with a company working with Trae Young.
Fair. You know where I was going with that, folks. No shame. We support all labor in any capacity. Okay, so let's break this down here, folks. Trae Young ended this game. Wow, that was an amazing pass by Darius Garland. So, has it got to the commercial for you guys yet? This is a 3-point game.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, Mobley just got the dunk on my stream.
It is usually funny because most of these playing games, you're like, wow, you're just like, whoever's playing tonight, like the Clippers and Pelicans are really just playing for the opportunity to get crushed by the Suns. Like, I do think that if Paul George came back, like the Clippers might have a chance, of winning a game or two.
Yeah.
But in this one, these teams are playing their hearts out because they're like, Miami is fraudulent. we know,
man. They got the dog. We've already established that.
What's
Trae,
that?
Dog. Garland, dog.
That's right.
Yeah,
Also,
Jimmy is such a fake dog.
Jimmy is a dog for show because when
Exactly.
Spoelstra stood up to him and was like, "What do you want to fucking fight me?" And he walked away.
But that happens every time he tries to fight someone.
I know.
Yeah,
Hold back.
Actually carried out a fight.
What did Zach Harper tweet? Please tell me now, immediately. He just had a terrible tweet. Zach Harper has never had a good tweet.
Let's see. What did Zach Harper tweet?
I don't know if I can comment on this because I go on athletic podcasts now.
Oh.
What, remarkably bad? Can you not even say it on the air? It's that bad?
Can't count out this Hawks team. They're so ... Talon, like the bird.
Coward.
All right, I thought it. Okay, well, that's way better than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be like racist or something. I was like hanging on every word when you talk. I was like, Jack, are you allowed to say what you're about to say? All right, well,
Zach Harper is being biphobic on the time.
Zach Harper's.
But you know, the thing I have to say about this Cavs team though is like it's like the same thing that happened like when we played them this season. Like they had made like 10 threes by the half, and they were still only up by 10. Like that's not good. Like I don't even really know how you managed to do that.
Early in the game, when I saw they couldn't miss from three, my immediate instinct was bet against this team, because when teams are hot as shit from three early in a game, I'm like, there's no way this is sustainable. And would have turned out to be a good bet, but they're up. Are you at what's the score for you guys? I don't want to ruin anything for you.
It's 95-100 for me.
Okay, cool. That literally just happened for me too. So we're chilling. We're probably at the same point.
Although every time like a team gets hot against the Sixers, and I see people comment, "Oh, there's no way this will keep going." I'm like, it will absolutely keep going.
Of course, that's different. That's different. I agree. In that situation.
Because people are like, yeah, it'll stop. I'm like, what if it doesn't stop? It doesn't have to stop. When the Sixers are the ones doing it, yes, it will always stop at some point.
No. Yeah, it's unstoppable. And oh wow, Karis LeVert just airballed a three.
Is LeVert under contract for another year? Or?
Yes, one more year. They gave up their first round pick for him though.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It might end up being like the 13th pick in the draft now. Oh no! It's lottery protected, I should say.
Oh, okay.
They smartly added that because that could be a real disaster. If I think next year they'll be much better. Is my thought.
That's the thing about the Cavs is like I really like Garland, Mobley, Allen might be like my favorite young core, but I don't like pretty much anyone else on the team.
Same. And that's something that they'll have to figure out this off. I also don't really like. I think their GM's kind of a fraud. Like, I like the Allen pickup, and I love the Mobley and Garland draft picks, but I feel like he's done a lot of. Oh, nice. Garland just cut it to 3 with 2 minutes left. All right, I'm gonna pay attention for a little bit here at least. Garland is so good. I mean, he's 9 for 26, but that's a Hooper stat line right there. They're sending everyone at him, so I appreciate that he's still trying these fucking shots. Winner faces Heat. Loser eliminated. All right, Trey. Oh my God. Trey and Garland even kind of look alike. Like when they're like mirroring each other and shit. Like
they're shifty.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant they physically looked alike.
No. They look nothing. Yeah. Oh my God. Garland is cooking, dude.
This rocks because my terrible free stream is like at least a minute behind.
Where are you at?
It's 195. Oh, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's 127 left.
What happens every game in the Discord is like I can't just stay in the in-game chat. I have to like watch a minute afterward and just scroll.
That's great. I love it. Victor Steph gonna cry about the refs again after this one. Spitting.
Are we staying on for the second game as well?
Wait, why are we saying I'm drunk? I am very drunk.
I'll probably be on for a little of the second game if y'all are, but at some point I need to order
staying on,
Taco
but I don't
Bell.
expect anyone to stay on. I'm going to stay on for a little bit.
Zach Harper is Zach Harper the one who used to like? Never mind. I'll talk about this off mic. I don't need to talk about Zach Harper's personal drama.
I was like, hold on. There's 1 minute left in this game. Trey, the Hawks are down. It's so funny because I'm like trying not to ruin it for Daniel, but
you can narrate it for me and it would be
Trey put them up 3 with a minute 08 left.
I will say, seeing Cleveland in person, Mobley's a lot taller than I thought he was going to be. Like, Mobley does not seem as big on television as he looks in person. So, like, credit where it's due.
Oh, fuck. Okongwu just had an insane block on an alley-oop.
Dude, I love that. I love Onyeka.
Oh, he's so good, dude.
He's so
that
good.
was crazy.
And Capella got injured early, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, he's hurt. It looked like.
Oh my god. Yeah. Now Atlanta's about to. So they're down 3, or they're up 3 with 40 seconds left, but they have the ball. Trey has it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but I was gonna say the thing with Okoro is just like Thybulle. It's like if he's like not stopping Trey, he's like just totally useless.
Yep. Exactly.
Unless he's playing the Sixers, in which case he's Michael Jordan.
Did he hit a bunch of threes against us? I feel like that's a thing.
That last game, I think they came to Philly. He was like the guy that game who just like had like a season high or something.
Oh my god. Laurie just stole it, but then he threw it away and Herder stole it back, and then they had to foul. Fuck.
Damn.
Yeah, Atlanta's going to win. They're up 4 with 23 seconds left. DeAndre Hunter, Philadelphia legend, just checked back in.
Has he been good?
Hunter? No, I mean, he's been kind of like whatever. Dean on draft vindicated. If anyone knows the backstory on that, Dean on draft, halfway through a summer league game, he tweeted, because he didn't like DeAndre Hunter pre-draft, he tweeted halfway through a summer league game, DeAndre Hunter, it's official to say that he's a bust. Literally at the halftime of his first summer league game.
Sick.
And he gets mad whenever I dig it up because he's like, he is a bust. And I'm like, it's still funny that you thought that he's not a bust. Like, he's a fine player. But, like, it's still funny that you were like, this guy is so bad because you watched half of Summer League.
Dude, it's crazy. I thought him and Cam Reddish were both going to be, like, all-star caliber players.
That's a Hooper mentality, though. Cam Reddish is like a Hooper mentality guy. You got
when they were drafted, and like I was like,
Philadelphia area too. So
well, Reddish went what 8?
Yeah.
Reddish was 8 or 9. Like I thought Reddish was like a pretty good pick for Atlanta, all things considered. Like it made sense at the time.
The thing about Reddish though is that he was really bad at Duke, and like,
but that didn't feel like it was. You could talk yourself out of that by going, yeah, but he was never a third option in his life before, and he just like wasn't ready to do it.
True.
Like he kind of got fucked by RJ and Zion signing, but also if he was really the alpha, he would have been the alpha, and it wouldn't have been a problem. He would have said, and all this. I bet I could find pictures.
They were both drafted in the same top 10, by the way.
I bet I could find pictures of Cam and Zion, and Cam is like leaning, like if you did like the green line, like pickup artist thing, like Cam is like leaning into Zion.
I was gonna say, like, my favorite Dean on draft opinion was like when he was grading like the Fultz draft, and he gave like the Sixers and the Celtics both Fs because they passed on Lonzo.
I respect
they both had the chance to draft Lonzo Ball and they didn't, so I'm going to give them an F.
That's amazing.
Looking back, he was right, but he didn't know that at the time.
They passed it on him for Tatum?
Well, I'm saying they should have taken Lonzo instead of Fultz.
Had one.
We should have taken Lonzo instead of Fultz, sure.
Yeah, but like the Celtics still could have like picked one and taken Lonzo.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
And it was like, yeah, so they get an F. And I think a lot of people, I think one way I came to know about him was like his writing on like I think Andrew Wiggins and comparing him to like how he'd been like a negative like for most of his career, you know, just like looking at box plus minus like nothing else.
He was kind of spitting though. Like that's the thing is that like you can sometimes get shit right just based on the numbers, and like Wiggins is an example where like, yeah, he made an all-star team, but it was fraudulent. Like ultimately, if you drafted Andrew Wiggins #1 overall, you don't have a job anymore. Like that's kind of like, I think that the calculator boy shit can sometimes you could just get right. Like Dean doesn't watch the games, but he just puts numbers together. And some like last year he was just like, well, Evan Mobley's much better because his BPM is higher. And it's like, well, yeah, Evan Mobley is really good. Like,
he's like the opposite of Magic Johnson.
he's just like, the numbers look good. Yeah, he states the obvious, but just for calculator shit, for spreadsheet. Like, we sorted BPM and then like took out some filters and did whatever. If you look like, I mean, the same reason why he said like Maxey was never going to be good. It's like, Maxey was a 19-year-old freshman. Like, his BPM, he was a 19-year-old freshman on Coach Cal's team who didn't ever get on-ball opportunities. Of course his BPM is going to be bad. Like, that's just kind of how these things work sometimes. But guys like Mobley, but he also hates Chet, who had like the highest freshman BPM since Zion. So I don't really think there's any because he doesn't like him because of his like bone structure or something.
He's phrenologizing.
No, seriously, he does like race science.
NBA race science. That's the new...
I'm not even joking. He does. He was doing stuff on Poku and like, yeah.
I mean, the NFL basically does that. Remember that one year in like the pre-draft when they tried to convince a guy that he had a son that he didn't know about?
What are you talking about?
Like
You're gonna have to put sources.
No, in like NFL. No. NFL workout interviews, they were like, "Well, what about your son?" And the player's like, "I don't have a son." And they're like, "Oh, that's what you think."
Oh, no. This was like a big controversy.
Yeah,
like a few months ago.
They
trying to get people to admit that they were gay and stuff. I remember.
Yeah, they were like asking players if like we heard that you're gay, and they'd be like, "No, I'm not." And they'd be like, "Oh,
yeah."
It was like not good.
Yeah. Well, the NFL also like supports CTE and stuff, so like the bar is kind of like a little bit low there. Like, I feel like they it's just kind of like they don't really care about anyone.
No, they care about quarterbacks some of the time.
Sometimes, yeah, depends.
Depending on certain characteristics, they care more or less about the well-being of an NFL quarterback.
It's true. The NFL is terrible, but us gays always catching strays. I'm sorry, Ryan. Sorry that we live in a society.
All right, so
Daniel,
but pleasure being
speak
on.
to you later, bud.
Yeah, Daniel, thank you so much.
The NBA player with a Joker tattoo. Is it Danny Green?
There is someone with a Joker tattoo. Is it Danny Green?
There's and it's the Heath Ledger Joker too. It's not just like any old Joker.
I mean, age-wise, it would line up with Danny because Danny was in college when that movie came out.
Oh, it's DeRozan.
DeRozan has a Joker tattoo?
DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, DM'd me. It is DeMar. That's right.
Oh my God.
I guess congratulations to NBA playoff contenders Atlanta Hawks. Good luck against Miami.
Let's go, Atlanta! We need, as someone said earlier in here, we need the Revenge Cleanse Our Spirit tour. We need the Raptors, the Hawks, and then the Celtics.
That stressed me out so goddamn bad. That's like the most stressful path for me because it's easier than the other half of the bracket, but it's much more humiliating.
Oh, young Parm. What's happening, King?
How do? What's happening?
Not much. You got an official.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm so fucked up. This is so disorienting. Hold on. I'm dying inside. I cannot see shit right now.
What?
No, because like I'm watching the Yankees play the Baltimore fucking Orioles like right now at the moment. I'm not even I turned the game off because like some dude got hit in the nuts in the Baltimore Orioles game.
So what's happening here?
There we go. All right.
Okay. Young Parm, how we feeling, brother?
I'm just I wanted to hop on here because we're talking about dogs, things of that nature, you know.
Did you want to talk about how Jesus Christ was a dog?
And we're not talking about the biggest dog of them all. No,
Marvin Bagley?
Where the fuck is the Rick Pitino talk? Where's Spicy Rick? Where is like the Spicy Rick content?
Well, we didn't want to get canceled for supporting a man who, to be fair, a controversial past, but in retrospect, maybe a woke king.
Very quickly, did you see Trey wave goodbye to the crowd?
Yes.
He has to do this every
He is
time.
he is such a little shit.
I know, but I have to root against him against the fascist forces in southern Florida.
Oh God, that's.
I don't know why. When you started talking about the dogs, I was thinking about the Pete Buttigieg photo that Jack made with the walking the
Oh,
dog.
him and the dogs? That's so good.
It's like just the implication of like what that means.
Pete Buttigieg, the biggest dog of them all.
Yo, shout out to Pete Buttigieg. What a guy.
Pete! Woo! We love Mayor Pete. We got high hopes for a living.
We were talking about this the other day. It's preposterous that Panic at the Disco did not get any love during that like revival of emo.
I agree. Panic at the Disco slaps, dude.
But have you
Not a
heard their new
single,
stuff? It's
not a
awful.
single like rehash single for teens.
Like the
you know?
trick is that Paramore put out like a new good album, whereas like like I saw Fall Out Boy live like 4 months ago. I don't even like Fall Out Boy. That shit slapped.
It astounds me that Pete Wentz is still relevant and he was on MTV Cribs.
Carson Wentz.
That's so fucked up. Like that shouldn't be allowed.
Carson Wentz's husband, Pete Wentz.
Do you ever see the photo of Bruno Mars walking down like Hollywood Boulevard and Pete Wentz is there? And Bruno Mars, way before he's famous, is there and he's like,
is that Pete Wentz?
Do you ever see that photo? You know what I'm talking about, Par?
No.
I've never seen it before. Oh my God.
Google Pete Wentz, Bruno Mars.
Yo, Trill Bro Dude is on his Jay Leno right now. He's just like, y'all seen this? Y'all heard about it?
Hey, have you seen this, folks? Have you seen it? Have you seen the Bruno Mars?
Oh, that's peak Pete Wentz too.
Yeah, that was like.
Oh yeah,
This is the Pete Wentz hour.
That's peak. That's peak Pete. That's when he had the eyeliner and the beanie on.
The guy liner, the mascara.
And Bruno Mars is like still wearing a fedora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in 2004. Also, like, what did a guy like think about? You ever think about like famous people before they're famous? Like, what did a guy like Bruno Mars do before he was famous? He just walked around and he was like, "Hey, he went like." Do you think he introduced himself by his stage name? I think about that with like Lady Gaga sometimes, because like Lady Gaga wasn't famous until her mid-20s, right?
Have you ever seen the Facebook page about Lady Gaga from when she was in high school?
So no, I have not. But before you talk about that, I've seen like, because she's from New York, and when I lived in New York, I remember going places and they had like posters. Like I used to go to old venues in like the Lower East Side, and they would have posters from her concerts when she was playing at like this place called Arlene's Grocer, which is like a small like 20 to 50 person venue. And they were just like, Lady Gaga used to play here, and it was like for like no one, like
so
20 years ago.
There's a Facebook group from when Lady Gaga was in college that someone who didn't like her made, and it's named Stephanie Germanata. You will never be famous.
Incredibly Italophobic.
She owns a house here. She's like a beloved figure in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Fucking Lord knows why, but.
Well, remember, what's on that episode of The Sopranos?
Wait, what?
Yeah, she played in one episode. She was like Meadows.
Lady Gaga was in The Sopranos?
Yeah, she
what?
was in one episode. She played Meadows' friend. I think it was like season 1 too. So that was like.
How has Lady Gaga just like been around? Who
She's
does
like
she know?
Forrest Gump. But just because she like shows up places, not like all
She
the
was,
other.
oh no, she was in Forrest Gump, but like the scene from like the 60s. Hold on. No, Lady Gaga. Do you guys? All right, you might not be old enough. Jack would be old enough to remember this. Do you remember the show Boiling Points on MTV?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so on Boiling Points, there was one episode where this person had to like wait really long at the deli for their order, and this was 2006, 2005. And she was one of the people that was like freaking out because her order wasn't ready. And this was fucking like she's just always been around. Like who is Lady Gaga?
Who is Lady Gaga?
I'm trying to
That's what
figure this
we're all
out. Does she have like a
wondering.
famous person that she was
Oh,
like related to or something?
For anyone watching along at home, Pelicans Clippers has tipped off.
Wait,
Wait, what?
Is it on a
It's on
different station?
TNT. Yeah, it's on TNT.
Oh, I didn't know.
Well,
I'm
I guess
talking
it's not live in Estonia, which is where I'm currently watching it from.
I'm
Wherever-
talking about Lady Gaga over here. We're not watching the CJ McCollum Pelicans, the Norm Powell Clippers.
The CJ McCollum Pelicans is very much like a there, but for the grace of God, go I with the Sixers.
Okay, so people have been talking about the CJ McCollum thing. Folks, have you heard this one? That a lot of people would prefer CJ McCollum to James Harden, and I'm still like,
No,
This is
never.
sick.
Never in a million years.
I like CJ McCollum. I've always been pro CJ McCollum, but like, where are we going if we have CJ McCollum? Like, it's not any different, right?
Have you heard about him and Pat Connaughton?
No.
Him and Pat Connaughton are like real estate partners. They like own all of the Lehigh Valley together.
Wait, I knew that Pat Connaughton owned a bunch of property. I didn't know CJ McCollum did.
Yeah,
too.
he's like a big time landlord for like Lehigh and Easton.
All right. Well, I do not want CJ McCollum ever on the Sixers. Yeah, I'm not really
we
surprised. by
we
that.
love our landlord kings. We love CJ McCollum. We love A-Rod. My
We do.
landlord
I'm-
superstar. Never did steroids.
I'm pro A-Rod because he was very nice to me when I met him. So I'm all in on A-Rod.
That means that he can only be a good, pure person that does nothing wrong.
Exactly. He was cool. He was cool to me, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
He follows all 3 G's, you know? He
what?
gaslights, he gatekeeps, he girl bosses. I love A-Rod for that.
He was shooting threes earlier today. They were like, he's better than Ben Simmons. I was like, damn, that's a bar right there, dude.
That whips.
A-Rod, better than Ben Simmons is shooting a three.
I'm glad that Ingram turned out to be good. It would have been really disappointing if Ingram was just like awful at basketball because he looked pretty bad on the Lakers.
It would be really funny if the Sixers didn't pass on him for like. I don't think that anyone at the time would, in their right mind, would have picked Brandon Ingram. Although apparently, Sam Hinkie wanted to draft Brandon Ingram over Ben Simmons. Also,
Sam
Kyle
Hinkie-
Neubeck. Shout out to Kyle Neubeck. He also wrote an article pre-draft about why the Sixers should draft Ben Simmons or Brandon Ingram over Ben Simmons. So
Sam Hinkie also hinted on Twitter that he would have taken Tatum instead of Fultz, which might just be him
Okay,
trying
well,
to
that-
look smarter.
that's a little bit different because Hinkie was fired by the time that the draft came around, and the article came out before the draft that he wanted Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Also, like, Hinkie's whole thing is like, I'm just going to draft guys who can't shoot at all, which makes me skeptical of the I'm going to draft Tatum and Ingram thing.
Yeah, but Hinkie also loves like hype beast players. That was
True.
like his favorite thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, you ever see the Vice documentary about Dario Saric?
no.
Oh, it's the most like Sam Hinkie pilled video of all time. They call him like the Croatian Magic Johnson. Like they say that he's going to revolutionize the league, like for all of Croatia. They have all the highlights of like Drazen Petrovic before he died in a car accident, and they're like Dario Saric is going to like represent the plight of the Croatian people.
I'm glad that they didn't have any highlights of him after he died of the car accident. Would not be very good.
You know, like,
Have you heard this one?
Like, not that I like want to talk about this, but like thinking about that draft again, and like every time like I see, because like there are so many like smug Celtics fans who are like, oh, Danny Ainge like definitely knew this was all going to happen. He totally knew like Fultz was going to like bust like this. I'm like, first of all, no, he did not.
No.
He thought Tatum was better.
Okay. In defense of that logic, though, do you ever hear about the book, the process book that was written by Jerome Weitzman?
Oh yeah, I've been meaning to buy that.
So in the book, he says that Fultz basically had like a mental break. Like, I mean, like if you watch his workouts, which the timeline doesn't really add up to me, because they say he looked like shit in the Sixers workout and he looked like shit in the Celtics workout. And then he was like really nervous and like couldn't shoot and stuff. But then he looked fine in summer league. So like what was
that
like,
does not make sense to me at all.
I know,
think
I
do that all the time.
I do think filling his house with hidden cameras was probably like not great for his mental health.
Yeah.
I have like a 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon thing about how I know my ex-girlfriend's friend once hooked up with Markelle Fultz, and apparently he does not have sex at his house because of the cameras. So he had to have sex in his car at a New Jersey rest stop. Like the Clara Barton fucking Turnpike rest stop is like where he's getting topped. I swear to fucking God, that's not a joke. Dude, like he's getting after it at the fucking Sunoco station, dude.
We're 3 hours into the stream, and this is the best thing that has been brought up so far. So Markelle Fultz, multi-millionaire professional athlete, had to fuck in his car. He couldn't
at a
get a hotel.
Yeah, also, next to a Roy Rogers, dude.
Imagine trying to fuck in a car with that wingspan. Well, remember the Phil Jackson thing about how like what he needed if you were gonna be his center? Was it Phil Jackson where you had to be able to open the front doors of a car from the back middle seat? That's Markelle, but with a woman in both front seats.
So I've heard someone describe Michael Bridges that way. They said that he could open the front seat from the back seat. But I also didn't know that Phil Jackson was like, this is a requirement.
Yeah, it's like a Phil Jackson like belief is that you have to like do it in front of him. I believe this is true. Maybe he could just do it. Maybe I'm just like mixing it up.
Someone just said, I just joined in. Holy shit. Imagine coming in and being like, Fultz fucks in his car. Anyway, we're watching the Pelicans Clippers game.
I love spreading knowledge to the people. It's my favorite activity. Also, while I have this time, Peter, what the fuck's going on? How are you that handsome and drinking fucking coleslaw, my guy? How is that possible? Like, I don't want to offend you, but I legitimately was like, you're gonna look like a pack of ground beef, and you're sitting here just like fucking looking fantastic, and you're drinking coleslaw. What's up with that?
Fatty Milk says he respects you more because you're handsome. He said that in the Discord.
No, that makes me happy. No, I've been over this before. Like I just really like KFC. KFC makes the best coleslaw.
I love the Colonel.
Wait, you're really drinking coleslaw?
Well, no, because they dress it. And that's what makes KFC so good, because they use a buttermilk dressing.
How did we go from Markelle Fultz fucks in his car?
Oh, have you not seen the video?
Yeah, but
That's like
yeah,
my
Marshall
favorite thing I've
Falk
ever
fucking
made
car?
for the entire Ball Discord is a slideshow of KFC coleslaws with the Ken Burns effect to One Last Breath by Creed. It's like the funniest thing I think I've ever done in my entire life. I watch it by myself at work at least once a day. Like, I'll just be like doing fucking spreadsheets, and I'm like, nah, it's like I gotta watch the fucking like Hold Me Now I'm 6 feet from the Edge coleslaw video.
wait. I'll find it.
All right, please find it. I'm gonna grab a slice of pizza while you guys find this video because I see. Look at the comments. Please look at the comments of this video. 'Cause
I
it's
don't know
so-
how. Oh wait, I've been in private chat. I didn't even know there was like
wait.
a public chat. I could have been responding to people this whole time.
Hey,
Yeah.
man, I can see the comments on here. Oh shit, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, that fucking whips. Let's go. Love that. All right, very cool.
But actually, to go back to like actually like what we were talking about, the one thing that like drives me crazy was that Brian Colangelo had like 2 phone calls with Tatum and like didn't even bother to watch him play. Like who does that? That just seems like complete malpractice.
Colangelo is the greatest to ever do it in that he fucked up every single decision worse than if he had tried to fuck it up. Like, all right, let's see. CJ.
If you're surprised that Parm is white,
Wait,
people
who is
are
saying
surprised,
this?
right?
Oh, geez. I don't know who this is, but I don't totally appreciate that he seems to know where I live. I guess I do tweet a lot about doing mushrooms. That's on me, but like still.
Someone said, "Why does young Parm look like Anthony LaRusso from Cobra Kai?"
That's so rude. I'm just from New Jersey. We all look like this. I can't help myself.
Oh shit. I'm gonna have to hop off in like 10 minutes when my Taco Bell gets here. They just picked that shit up.
Ooh. What do you get?
I went with the Ultimate Cravings box. So
Delightful.
Ball, sponsored by Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, DirecTV, Muammar Gaddafi, and Taco Bell.
I support Taco Bell, but only for the cheesy gordita crunch. Crunchwrap Supremes. I ate those for a while, and then I realized they were overrated. I'm not vegan anymore, so I went back and I've had what's the cheesy gordita crunch twice in like 3 months, and it's great.
My game plan used to be I would take the beefy Frito burrito because they only had one standard tortilla size for burritos, that you would unroll it, buy the spicy potato soft taco, just dump that whole fucker in there, and then re-roll it, and you have a Chipotle burrito for $2.35.
You want to know what the shit was?
Always
back in
gonna
the
block
day?
this video now.
There used to be an email where you could email them a dollar amount, and it would run the math, and it would email you back how to buy the maximum amount of calories at Taco Bell with that dollar amount.
Oh, I need that.
That sounds amazing, dude. This is also my cat Lemon, who loves pizza and is trying to eat my pizza right now.
Oh my God, Lemon!
Who
Baller
loves it, dude?
SP. Hold on. They keep telling me I'm a child. I'm 25 years old. Fuck you. I just sound like a child. I have the Andy Milonakis disease. Laughing now. I think that's funny.
Whoever called Taco Bell mid in the chat, you're my op. So
Literally, they should parody themselves.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I've only had Taco Bell once in my life.
Yeah, you're a sicko. You've also never eaten McNuggets.
I
don't even know how that's
Peter, where do you live?
No, I know. I live like 5 minutes from a Taco Bell. I just don't. I had it once and it was fine. You know. It's just.
What do you get?
Part of the problem though is that I live right next to a McDonald's, and and the Popeyes near me is also like really close, so I really have like no desire to like go get anything else.
I will say before I go, sorry, someone in the chat just brought up that I had Embiid second team All NBA, and I actually take that back. I have Jokic second team All NBA now. I flipped it in my brain. I decided Embiid was better.
When did
Shouts
you
out to
say
Bosnia.
Like 3 days ago, I posted my All NBA teams, and I had Jokic first team and Embiid second because I'm not putting one at forward.
Parm,
Yeah.
first off, stupid logic. I hate that. Parm, did you just say something about Bosnia?
Oh yeah. Wait, have you never seen that image? That was from like when Jokic and Nurkic were on the Nuggets together, and Nurkic was like really upset that Jokic was taking all of his minutes. Nurkic is Bosnian, Jokic is Serbian, so
he wore the
Jokic's
Bosnian
government was doing
heroes?
war crimes against Bosnia, like ethnic genocide against Bosnians.
Yeah, I
So
know.
to like protest that Jokic was getting like his minutes over him, he just wore a T-shirt that had like all of the Bosnian war crime victims' names on it, and then like would only answer questions in like the interview about how like Nikola Jokic is the starter, which I think is what we should be starting to do.
Which is so funny in
You know?
retrospect because it's like, did Nurkic really think he was better than Jokic? He's like, no, this must be some sort of crime against the Bosnian people. And not like Jokic might be one of the best players of all time.
Oh man, I don't even know what's going on at this.
Yeah, I'm kind of following. I see that Brandon Ingram just hit a shot.
I would love. I mean, I guess you get 2 games if you're like the owner. That's real money. So like,
Yeah, you sell out, especially if you're the home team. You get 20,000 people up in the stands.
yeah, and then you can use that money to pay for, you know, a new practice facility for the Saints, and then everyone goes home happy.
Well, this is the Clippers home game.
No, but I mean, if like the Pelicans win, they get like 2 home games.
Oh, they get 2 more games.
Yeah,
They'll get swept by the Suns. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Sponsored
yo, shout out
content.
Diet Pepsi.
Sponsored
Sponsor.
content. I just got a post in the Discord about what I'm drinking.
Yo, I
It is
just want to
Bacardi and Diet Pepsi because I love my brand.
check out my timeline. There's this great projector. I should just start doing Twitter ads.
I love Mike Francesa.
Yo, who doesn't love Mike Francesa? Mike Francesa's an angel.
The best Mike Francesa tweet ever was I'm sorry, the best post ever was the time when Stan Lee died, and they were like, "Mike, did you hear about Stan Lee?" And he's like, "No, who's Stan Lee?" He's like, "You know, he's a comic book guy. He wrote Spider-Man. You ever get a chance to meet him?" And he goes, "Oh, who cares?"
All right,
He's like,
I gotta
"Fuck
bounce.
that guy."
I gotta bounce. My cheesy gordita crunches here.
Get it. Go
Thank
off
you for
him.
having me on. Follow me at twitter.com. Support the brand.
Chill, stable guy.
You know, I was gonna say, you know, I regret not asking Sam about his viral tweet since we were talking about Jack's viral tweet about Joe Rogan.
Which one was Sam's? Which one went viral?
The 9/11 one.
I forgot about that.
With like why didn't Mohammed Atta win the Oscar?
He
Because
basically
I follow so many politics people on Twitter, and I see and all of them were like retweeting Sam. I was like, what the fuck? And it's like you could tell like everyone fell for it.
Yeah, he was saying like it was like in terms of impact.
Yeah. Compared to like, because it was comparing it to the Will Smith slap. And
Children wake up and having to explain that to them. He's not saying that it was as bad. Oh my god. All right, I think I have reached a point where I might actually be too drunk to do this.
No, you're
So-
fine. You're fine. Everything's fine. Just
If you guys
roll.
wanna keep going, I'll keep going.
What is the score of this game right now?
I have no
Oh.
idea.
It was like 22-17 the last time I looked at the TV.
Every time I try to focus on the game, then we start talking about like some international tragedy, and I'm like, now I have to focus on.
I posted it in the Discord for the Cavs game. It kept telling me that I was watching the Cleveland Cavaliers play the Sacramento Kings, and it made me so happy. It just brought like a warm glow over my heart to know that like someone out there cares. Someone out there cares about the plight of De'Aaron Fox and Rashawn Holmes.
Does anyone care about De'Aaron Fox other than the Kings guy I had on and Mark Schindler?
Me.
You're Fox build?
If you touched the floor for the Sacramento Basketball Kings from 2016 to present, you're my guy.
Yo, just so you know, that means that he supports. Wait, 2016. He supports all Boogie Cousins' actions. By the way.
Wait, no, DeMarcus Cousins didn't. Right? Wait, did he get traded that year to
I think it was halfway
New
through the
Orleans?
year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not. I don't support Boogie's crimes. This is strictly love for like Wenyen Gabriel, who deservedly got a full-time contract from the Los
So was
Angeles.
he drafted
Lakers
by
this year.
the Kings?
Yeah. Or
And then
he might have not been. I actually don't know. He might have just been undrafted. I know but like when he was like 20, he played for the Kings.
Yeah.
He got like 5 minutes in like the entire season.
And now he's a king in Los Angeles.
So,
Switch to the Los Angeles Kings.
someone in the comments said free Rashawn Holmes, which I totally get, but the problem is he is in a domestic violence dispute
Yes.
right now. So
Different.
let's just
Different.
let it play
yes.
out.
Yeah.
Let him have his day in court. That's
Also, free Rashawn Holmes had a very different meaning when he was on the Sixers. Now, maybe don't do that. Don't say that.
Wait, are we talking about Rashawn? Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
You know what? I
You're
redacted.
canceled.
I don't support Rashawn Holmes anymore.
Redacted.
I forgot
Dirty
that was a
satire.
thing.
Yes.
That's on me. Oh, we got Gian Montero posting in the chat. Fuck yeah, Dominican John Wall. He's the best player in the entire draft.
He's supposed to go with like what, the 29th pick?
They haven't projected anywhere between like 20th and then like the first 5 picks off the board in the second round. But he's like exactly like outside of like the meme guys that I normally really enjoy, like a Bol or an Isaac Bonga. My favorite kind of guy in any NBA draft is a dude who like started playing basketball professionally at 15. Like him, like Ricky Rubio blew my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Like when
Yeah.
he was drafted, I was like, to this day, I still believe that the Timberwolves should have drafted Ricky Rubio. They should have also just drafted Steph Curry instead of Johnny Flynn, and they would have won 9 titles.
Ricky Rubio is one of those guys where, like, not to get too Bill Simmons, but like sliding doors moments of like, if Ricky Rubio just goes to a normal team, like, does he go down as like a Sean Livingston? I'm trying to think like Rajon Rondo, like kind of like traditional point guard on a really good team.
Possibly.
Because he got drafted to a bad team and they over expected for him. Because
I
like he
do
was a
think,
good
though,
player on
for
the Cavs
Ricky-
this year.
For Ricky, though, like what he's been doing the last like 3 or 4 years is awesome for him. Like he's like the Fisher Price, my first point guard for every young team that wants to contend. They're like, you're not ready to take the training wheels off. You're not ready for like a spicy Chris Paul. You're not ready for like a little spicy Mike Conley.
But
you'll
then
take a little Ricky Rubio. You'll get your 10 assists. You'll be like, let me dip my toes in this real quick.
little tiny bit of Rubio, huh? Give it a little sprinkling, a little seasoning of Rubio for your brain. And then when you get the good point guard, you'll be a contender. Kind of brilliant.
Yeah, I think a lot of his detraction is that he's just like he can't shoot
Right.
at all, which is like obviously that's limiting, but I think like it's awesome that like every GM of a shitty team of like 23-year-olds is like, who is the guy that we get in there, like handsome Spanish man? That's really funny. That's really awesome. They just have him like he has his little man bun in. I love that representation.
Yeah, it's a good
for, like
vibe,
bad
for sure.
haircut guys everywhere, myself included.
If you look at the records of teams right after Ricky Rubio leaves, the Jazz, the Suns, the Timberwolves, even the Cavs got worse after he got hurt this year. But just like when he leaves, you're good to go. You just get Ricky Rubio for 1 year and then you're fucking grind. By the way, I didn't know that Larry Nance was actually playing for the Pelicans. He's playing in this game right now.
I thought he was hurt
out
too.
for the season. I thought that he had surgery.
Speaking of bad haircut guys, what's Jose Alvarado doing right now?
I don't know. I have not. I knew you would love Jose Alvarado.
He's rocking full on pigtails right now. I'm not even joking.
What a king!
It rules. It's such a look.
What a king, dude. I like him a lot, actually. I actually am like, I've only watched him a few games, but he reminds me of the kind of guy that would be like a cult hero on the Sixers.
Yeah. He rocks for me because like he just does. Oh, that's one last breath by Creed.
Wait, no, I was going to say
the video's gonna get flagged for copyright.
Mr. Bro, dude, if you check the private chat, I did send a link to the coleslaw video for you to watch.
Hey, Ryan says you have good hair, Parm. So there we go.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Parm, you got good hair, brother.
Yeah, Jay Young in the Discord says you are hot, Mr. Parm.
There you go.
That's what they say. You know, that's why they call us fascists online. They can't handle it. They can't handle that a handsome man is being mean to them on the internet.
I don't think they're ready for this fascist jelly.
Like just knowing what you look like now, and like the fact that you actually conceived of like the clunk zone and you just like torture these guys and by forcing them to only post in one channel and have no access to the rest of the Discord.
That is my favorite thing I've ever done in this history of like being able to have the mod, because otherwise I was just like muting people just like with impunity, just like a little tyrant, just being like the worst human being of all time while I'm like doing Excel spreadsheets.
I support
this
it.
is so much more fun.
Oh, Thomas Bryant back in the chat.
Young Parm, he's shouting you out, brother.
Yeah, I know. He DM'd me 3 times today to get out of the clunk zone, and every single time I just cry laughing. Because it gets more desperate every time. He's like, bro, I'm begging you, bro. You gotta let me out of the clunk zone. I can't handle it. And then that other guy like just like posts a 9-paragraph essay about Rui Hachimura, and I'm like, this is my dream. This fucking whips.
No, and then
is he in here? Is Witness Maxi Pilled in here?
I hope
Who
so.
is
He's
this guy?
such a king.
Who is this guy?
It's so funny because like he keeps like trying to like butter you up more because he's like, hey king.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. And then you know we won't get into the stuff he's DM'd Mr. Bro Dude, but he's just trying to throw that parlay money around.
Oh, TB's a king. Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'll put it out on the air right now. If he pays me $6,000 US dollars, I will never ban you ever again.
Forever unbanned.
$6,000. $6,000. I need the DM in 5 minutes, or this offer goes void.
Oh, that's right. When this maxi pilled is like 16.
Boss, not king. Oh, of course, TB would want to be called a boss. Think about it.
Why wouldn't you want to be called a boss, though?
Well, because the joke is that he's a Republican.
I guess so.
Oh my god.
He's not, though. He's a liberal. Come on.
Do you not have a chief boss relationship, though, in your life?
What do you mean? Like I'm the boss?
So
What are you
like, you go to you purchase wares at the convenience store once in a while, right?
I could purchase what?
Things, wares,
Sure.
trinkets, things of that nature.
Sure. I don't know what
You know,
the fuck a wear is,
consumables,
but yeah. All right.
cigarettes, things of that nature. Whatever you might purchase at a gas station, right?
I go to Wawa sometimes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you have the guy that always works there when you're there.
Yeah, my dudes.
Yeah, and he's like your best friend,
Yeah, no.
but you don't know what that guy's name is.
Yeah.
And he
No, I
doesn't
see
know
what
who
you're saying.
you are either. He
Yeah.
calls you chief or boss, and you call him boss or chief back.
Or
you
bro.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like he is the most important person in my entire life. Like he keeps my mental health completely stable.
Yeah. No, I totally understand the boss
You know?
chief relationship. By the way, there's a basketball game on right now.
There is.
Really? I didn't know that.
All they're showing is Zion on the sideline, and he traveled to LA with the team. Nice, classic power move. I'm telling you, the Ben Simmons Zion parallels are fantastic. He's like, I'll go if you're going to LA. Yeah, of course. Oh, we're gonna play in Phoenix for a series. I'm gonna sit that one out.
Do you think that there's a like I've kind of convinced myself that he's going to do the Greg Monroe. Like he's going to be the first guy to ever like get a big time qualifying offer
Zion is hurt yet,
and then just say no. Like he's just going to leave and
so
go
Greg
sign with the
Monroe
Knicks.
turned down a max.
I am almost like
I think he did. I think he did
the
the Tristan
propaganda
Thompson.
brain is like telling me that he's a Knick.
Who's saying he's a Knick?
My propaganda machine in my brain
Yeah.
is like, this man is a New York Knick. There's like I've heard Sam Morrill talk about it on Pod Don't Lie, like for the better part of the last 8 months, and like he's just broken my brain.
It's so weird. It's so weird having so many people that are like follow Sam Morrill, and I'm like, I've known Sam Morrill for like 8 years.
That's a good pod. I think it's a lot
No,
of
I
fun.
know. I'm just
Not as
saying.
good as
it's
this
like,
one, but
I knew him
you know.
when he was he was grinding stand up in New York like 7 or 8 years ago. But the yeah, I mean, I do think he ends up on the Knicks, but I also don't think that anyone's turning down that bag. That like you just saw what happened with Ben Simmons. Like, why wouldn't he just take the bag and then a year later be like, by the way, trade me to the Knicks?
So
Also, I just want to say before you say anything, the Knicks people that are like, yeah, we're gonna get Donovan Mitchell or Zion, and like I include my one boss in this who loves the Knicks and like he knows a lot about basketball and he's a smart guy and stuff. But they're all like, we want him, but also we don't want to give up RJ Barrett. And I'm like, what? First off, RJ Barrett is not worth not giving up for Zion Williamson or Donovan Mitchell. Like, if Zion's ever healthy and Donovan Mitchell's Donovan Mitchell, and RJ Barrett will never be better than Donovan Mitchell. So why? And also, what is it that you see in in RJ Barrett that thinks he's like worth building around?
So, like, this is gonna sound like a joke because I'm unable to separate like a bit from a serious thought with my voice. But like, unironically, I think he is like a Fred VanVleet. Like, he loves the carry job. He really does. Like, he fundamentally loves carrying the Knicks. And like, he loves like the idea of putting up like 30, like in a loss, right? But he'll get his 30 points. He'll get the crowd hyped up at Madison Square Garden. And that is all that Knicks fans want, fundamentally. Yeah. They just want to be happy for a moment. Because like life is suffering. Life is pain.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair.
Like he makes like the fleeting, like just miserable existence of like pretending the Knicks are good every year. He's like,
maybe I say this as someone who totally understands who believes in guys until it's very obvious that they're terrible. And I understand that element of it, but I'm also like, you're in New York, have some self-respect. Like you can get these guys. Like you will eventually. Like you're not in Oklahoma City. Like you're not in Memphis. Like even though those teams have very good team building strategies and stuff, like you have have higher standards is what I'm trying to say. Like RJ Barrett's whatever. What's up, Lou? How you doing, brother?
One of the funniest things in the entire world to me is how the New York Yankees, the New York Knicks, and the New York Giants all get to exist in the same city with like a similar fan base. You know?
Yes.
Like cuz like I'll admit it. I love my boys. I love my stripes. Derek Jeter died on the cross for our sins, you know? Like I love my boys, you know? But just like the progression of like psychosis that comes from like initially being like, oh, the Yankees win every like are expected to win the World Series every year, just like translates into both the Giants and the Knicks, despite the fact that they've never once given inkling of like that they're ever going to be good.
Right. Yeah. No, it definitely is a sickness that runs deep within. But also you have to, having lived in New York for a little bit, you have to understand that sickness runs deep within every person that lives in New York. Like I think that they all have success brain. They all have like success alpha mindset. And like, you ever met a person from Long Island? It would contextualize a lot of things.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You meet a person from Long Island and every person who's ever been from Long Island thinks that they're like the greatest gift to earth ever. Like they think that, and it just translates over to the expectation for their sports team or for whatever is happening in their life. And when that isn't the reality, the only thing that they can do is just reject it and continue to live and like be like, RJ Barrett's going to be a superstar. What are you talking about? Like you're insane for thinking otherwise.
Also, are you watching this Reggie Jackson show?
Yeah, I'm watching
right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm about like a half deep on the Bacardi right now. Like,
yeah. All right.
I just looked over and I was like, Reggie Jackson rocking the fucking goggles.
Ask
like,
Farm if the
backing
Sixers,
it up the court.
Do the Sixers win the title with Bagley instead?
Yes,
of
that's not even a question.
I'm not even doing a bit. I actually
that's not even a joke. Yes.
If we traded for Bagley at the deadline, we're walking down Broad.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not even up for debate.
I'm not even a bit. Bagley's way better than DeAndre Jordan.
Imagine just like the sweet dulcet tones of like a delicious alley-oop from James Harden to Marvin Bagley.
Beautiful. I forgot I can put comments on the screen, and I just needed to put that comment on the screen because Ryan Drakely is spitting right now, dude.
I agree.
My goodness. I always forget you can put comments on the screen until the end. I did this last time too. But YP handles his alcohol extremely well if he's a half a bottle deep. That's a good point. I'm not even like I mean I had some other drinks, but look at how little I've drank in comparison. I've had I've had some other things. So
Kevin Murphy, I have to see that movie. I haven't seen that movie. I've only seen the Nicolas Cage version.
I don't know how
I've only seen the New Orleans version of Bad Lieutenant, where Nicolas Cage smokes crack with Exhibit.
Oh, nice. We have a guy in the
that
Discord
movie fucking whips, dude.
I love. By the way, old guy statement. Exhibit is a very underrated rapper. I don't know if you've ever heard his features before. Go listen to some old Dr. Dre, some Eminem when Exhibit was on.
That's great.
He crushed, dude. Every time Exhibit was on, dude. What his feature on What's the Difference? Amazing feature by Exhibit before he was on Pimp My Ride.
Trill, while I have you as a captive audience,
yes,
I have to know what your take is on Paul Wall.
Oh, love Paul Wall.
I need to know
doesn't
what your
love Paul
take is on
Wall?
Swishahouse.
Swishahouse?
Yeah. Like
that-
Paul Wall,
What
Mike
label?
Jones, Chamillionaire.
I don't know if
Yeah,
I've heard that.
no. So, yeah,
That's like the record label.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know Chamillionaire. I knew he was from Houston, but I didn't know he was on the same
Oh yeah.
record label.
no,
I'm pretty sure he's
Chamillionaire and
on
Wall
the
used
Paul
to
Wall album with
perform
Sin Sideways.
together.
Okay. I didn't know that they were like I fuck with some old Chamillionaire. I had the Mike Jones album when I was like 14, whenever that came out. The Who is Mike Jones? I Called the Number. Still Tippin's one of my favorite songs ever.
Whips.
The feature on the Kanye song Drive Slow, one of my favorite features. I love some Paul Wall. There are two white rappers that I think are cool. Paul Wall and Mac Miller. I don't really like any other white rappers.
Reasonable take.
I think old
Understandable, have a
Eminem,
nice day.
like first two albums Eminem was like innovative and like will always have a special place in my heart, even though it's very fucking disgusting and vile and all the shit he talked about was crazy. But I was like 10 or 11 when that shit came out and it was like really good. And also he was just like groundbreaking and shit. But really, I think Mac and Paul Wall are the only two like cool white rappers. I think all other white rappers are, generally speaking, kind of trash.
Yeah, we've all been cringe before, you know what I mean? Every single one of us has tried to bring in Pick a Song Friday in 8th grade social studies and brought Stand by Eminem. We've all done it.
Oh,
we've all been
are you
there.
kidding me?
You
Dude,
know?
Yo, best Eminem song ever though is Drug Ballad off of Marshall Mathers LP. Do you know that one? Just no one here knows Drug Ballad? Back when Mark Wahlberg was Marky Mark,
No.
that's how we used to get the party start. We used to kick him with Bacardi Dark. Oh, dude.
No.
Go listen to Drug Ballad. The
Okay.
technical rapping skill on Drug Ballad is literally, until I heard, I mean, like, you have your technical rap geniuses. You have your Mos Defs and your Black Thought and then eventually like Kendrick and like all those guys. But Eminem's Drug Ballad is literally maybe some of the greatest technical rapping I've ever heard in my entire life. And it's very good and catchy and a fantastic song. Highly, highly recommend that song. God damn, it probably sounds so old now, but it's still so fucking good, dude. It came out like 2001, I think. I do not like Jack Harlow. Not a fan of Jack Harlow.
No.
His personality seems fine. But his rapping style to me sounds like, he just sounds kind of like shittier version of Drake.
That tweet was so fucking funny to me.
Which one?
The I think it was him at the VMAs, and like everyone was saying how like hot he was.
Okay.
And then I just saw a tweet that said like you would fuck Christopher Columbus if he had diamond stud earrings. Like that was like I cried. I was sobbing.
Yeah, Jack Harlow is a good celebrity, but a bad musician. That's how I kind of feel. He feels like a cool guy. Like, I feel like Jack Harlow would be cool to hang out with, but his music sounds really bad to me. The Clippers suck. Yeah, they also don't have their two best players.
Yeah.
To be fair, they don't have two Hall of Fame players. Imagine watching this. Imagine watching this. I was gonna say imagine watching the Sixers without James Harden and Joel Embiid and be like, this team sucks, but they're actually really good without them.
We have to give a shout out where shout outs are due, though.
Yes, let's get it.
Because Jonas Valanciunas is trying his absolute fucking best to pull off the Pat Riley lookbook right now. He's got like the slick back hair. He could be smoking a parliament while setting a screen and it wouldn't shock me.
Young Parliament. Dude, oh my God. I just can't imagine. Like, imagine Chris Paul. Imagine a fucking Pelican Sun series where Chris Paul is going up against Jonas Valanciunas with drop coverage Jonas Valanciunas. It's gonna be ugly. That series is gonna be a fucking destruction of sweeps if they hold on here. Herb Jones. People compared Herb Jones
phenomenal.
They compared him to Thybulle, and I think that's disrespectful.
Yeah, I think he's much better.
Anytime a defender gets compared to Thybulle, I'm like, he has to have something offensively that is better, and he does.
I still believe in Matisse, although he is like the funniest dumbass of all time. Like I was watching this from the beginning. Like I saw the
talking.
the Matisse
I'm gonna
bit.
grab something real quick, but keep talking. I can hear you.
They were like, he is a guy that I believe in the Thon Maker rule for. I've been steadfast about my Thon Maker rule post. You have to give a guy 6 years in professional basketball to determine whether or not they're ass. Once that 6 years goes and they play for like Maccabi Tel Aviv, then you can be like, all right, they're ass. But like Bol is still good until proven otherwise. Like until he's proven to be just absolute dog shit. Like if he can't get minutes for the Magic, I'm out.
Well, I'm thinking like Clippers legend Patrick Beverley is kind of the perfect example of it. He literally played for Maccabi Tel Aviv, I think.
Yeah. My guy for that is always Tyson Chandler.
Okay.
Because I feel like Tyson Chandler was just like a some guy. Like he was kind of mid forever. And then like he was on the 2011 Mavs and people were like, oh, Tyson Chandler kind of whips. Like he kind of rocks. And then he got like a huge contract from the Knicks and was ass again.
Yeah.
But like,
low pressure.
I believe everyone can have that like zenith, like that like moment of relevance where they're like, oh, you're a guy.
Like Shake Milton in the playoffs last year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It actually is a good point. Like, I do think that there is a lot of guys that get given up on too early. But the large majority of the time, it's because guys didn't go at the top of the draft. Like, if you go at the top of the draft, you have a decade career no matter what. Because with a few exceptions, Anthony Bennett, Thomas Robinson, like guys that like really flame out, like there are guys that will just be like, we can never admit we were wrong about this guy. And he will, like Mario Hezonja was complaining about how he was ousted out of the league too early. I'm like, bro, you were in the league too long. Like, you were never good.
One of my best friends in the entire world is a Washington Wizards enjoyer. God, that fucking team. Just like, I don't even know why you would ever like, I became a fan of the Sixers during the process because the Nets abandoned me. And I don't even me, I can't understand why you would ever root for the Washington. But like Thomas Robertson into Jan Veasley, like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. I mean,
how is that even possible? How can you do that twice?
It's disgusting.
Even the Sacramento Kings get good players by accident.
Also, the new thing that the Wizards love to do is they love to get always take the safe pick now, where it's like we got Corey Kispert and Denny Avdia and Rui Hachimura. Like it's just like this is never gonna work. Like the Wizards should be taking complete home run upside swings. They should be taking guys who are potential, like, but their owner is just like, nope.
Have you heard the Ted Leonsis international players thing though? I think that informs a lot of what they do, like decision making wise. Is that so? I've heard that there's a rumor that Ted Leonsis found out in like during the height, like the peak of Brad Beal, Otto Porter, John Wall, like that trio that went to the playoffs.
The big three.
Yeah. And he found out that despite the fact that they were like a competitive, like they're not going to contender, but they're still a competitive playoff team. They're like a mid seed, right?
Right.
They drew no fans. They drew way less fans than Georgetown did, despite Georgetown being a college team. So, but what he realized is that Marcin Gortat on that team made up a tremendous amount of revenue sales and like fandom support because he had the entire nation of Poland behind him. So he got really
international
into like
prospects.
Yeah.
Because
he wants the international, he wants like an entire, because no one in the entire DMV wants to support them. That they were just like, we're going to get the best player from Israel, the best player from Japan, and just like try to get like incredibly like popular local international country players so that could be their entire fan base.
So the Rui pick is actually kind of brilliant if that's what you're going for, because Rui was the first Japanese player to ever play in the NBA. And wow, now that you say that, it's like, yeah, that's kind of they just traded for Porzingis.
Mm-hmm. Now, and they had Bertans before, so they didn't even lose. They didn't lose a fucking ounce of Latvian fan support. They went straight trade Latvian for Latvian.
They were like, we're going to lose our fan base. And it's like, don't you worry. We're going to get the better Latvian, who's always hurt, but he's better.
Yeah.
That's amazing, actually. Holy shit. All right, let's read some of the comments here. This is literally just people from the Discord.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right. Would you give Poku 6 years?
Yes.
I mean,
although he looks like a velociraptor, although he looks like a freshly hatched, like bird type animal.
Right.
Like, yeah, I would give him 6 years. I think he's a little ass though. But like, to be quite honest with you, I talked about this on the Discord the other day. I think Jovic, the new guy in this draft,
I know Jovic
is just like normal proportions version of Poku.
Okay. I've heard some interesting comps for Jovic, which is like someone said he's kind of like a diet Michael Porter Jr. I've heard other people say he's got the dribble shoot element of his game. Also, do you think that Jovic is just going higher because of his name, because it's similar to Jokic?
No. I kind of like what's interesting is like I've been watching him a lot recently because I'm trying to put together like a draft board so that like Mark Schindler can like notice me on this podcast and like we can be friends forever.
I gotta clip that part and send it to Mark.
But yeah, I've been watching it. Like he kind of feels like Danilo Gallinari.
Okay,
like he feels like Nuggets Danilo. That's
a very good player.
Which I think like he like that's like where I think like that he maxes out at. Like he's like he could be Danilo Gallinari, and if he doesn't get injured, he could be like what Nuggets or like early Knicks Danilo was.
I mean, Danilo Gallinari probably makes an all-star team though if he stays healthy.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? So, do you
also,
think he has that feeling?
Jovic over Chet, also a good comment. Chet makes no fucking sense to me, and I should love him.
I know he seems like one of your guys, but I just want to say, Morey was over scouting Jovic like a week ago.
Oh yeah, I saw that, and then I think he was I don't know. I saw that he was playing in. He was going to see Jovic, but I also know that Petrusev is in the Adriatic League. So I was curious whether like
who else is in that league right now?
Petrusev, the guy that they drafted last year from Gonzaga, or I guess he's KK Begamax, but he played for Gonzaga like 2 years ago.
Yeah, he played for Mega Basket, which the only reason I know that is because Jokic also played there. And he was also the Adriatic League MVP, and he also was drafted in the second round. And I had a tweet that was very sickening comparing the two. All right, we read more comments. Petrusev is worse than... I'm never going to pronounce that guy's name right. How do you say... Pasheznik?
Anzesh Patezniks?
Who we traded for the pick that became Maxey.
Yeah.
We got it back because it was the Jeremy Grant trade originally. Then we traded it for Pasheznik. And then we got back in the Fultz trade. We got the pick that became Maxey. Imagine if we don't get that pick back. We are deep in shit. We probably already traded Embiid, right?
Pasechnik is an NBA record holder, though.
For what?
He holds a historic NBA record.
For what?
In the annals of history. He is he holds the record for the most turnovers in a single quarter of NBA basketball.
Wow. So he's a Sixer at heart.
When he played for the Wizards, I think it was like last year or 2 years ago.
He played in the bubble. I know that because I was like, we had the rights to him when we cut him, if I remember correctly. We were like, this guy sucks. And then the Wizards were like, we'll take him. We need jersey sales in whatever country he's from. They were like, oh, yes, we need jersey sales in Transylvania.
Isn't he also Latvian?
Sure.
I feel like he is.
Why not?
I feel like if you press me on every Latvian player, hello Ty.
He's Serbian.
I could probably name every Latvian player in the NBA.
Well, you just got that one wrong because he's Serbian.
Oh, he is Serbian?
Yeah.
Peter just said that.
Oh shit. That sucks. I know. I have Rodion's Kuruks though, although he's also like a weird criminal. So like he's also not allowed to be a guy.
Start, bench, cut. All right, hold on. Let me add this to the thing. This feels very easy. Right?
Yeah, it has to be. You start CJ, you bench Reggie, and you cut Pat.
I think Pat's got that dog in him, though. It's hard for me to cut Pat. Because
Reggie Jackson sends me for a fucking loop. I'm not going to lie.
I do love Reggie Jackson. There's something about a player that can dribble and shoot that will always make me think he's better than he actually is. And he's also been kind of good this year.
I'm not going to lie. I was because I know this is wrong. I know it's vile. I love Russ.
Yeah,
I love Russ. I think he's so
sicko behavior.
I thought like him on Oklahoma City was so fucking sick.
That's why you love De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. And I was anti Reggie Jackson because Reggie Jackson was mean to Russ. But he started wearing the goggles this year, and he kind of became my guy because I love goggles guys more than anything in the entire world.
Also, redemption arc. Like, I don't really think that anyone could, like, when you said Reggie Jackson and Russ he was mean to him, and I'm like, how long ago was that? 6 years ago? 5 years ago?
Yeah. Like,
what
hold
was
on.
that?
I was completely lost. Hold on. I am having such a fucking problem with this. You have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. There we go. Crisis averted. I pulled up an Austin Krell meme by accident.
Hello.
I just have him on my desktop.
Here,
D'Lo or CJ? That's got to be CJ McCollum.
I go CJ.
Yeah,
I think that I'm still. I've come around on D'Lo a little bit. I think I might have been wrong about him, but I also think that CJ in a playoff series, I already know that he's going to be good and hit tough shots and do the things that you need. Like, he's had big playoff moments. He's older, but I don't know. I'm still skeptical on D'Lo. I'm still like, is this guy really that good? Or like, if you put like a good wing defender on him, like we saw him go up against Ben Simmons in the playoffs, and I'm like, a really good player just does not get locked up like that.
If you'll allow me to promote my narrative,
yes,
I think that he represents a guy that benefits so much from coaching in the NBA.
D'Lo?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, he justifies my take on Marvin Bagley by existing. Because Kenny Atkinson made him a playoff player. And then he was like, before Kenny Atkinson, kind of ass.
Yeah.
Post Kenny Atkinson, when he had to do this is also related to why I think James Wiseman needs to be a San Antonio Spur. Because Steve Kerr cannot coach anyone who doesn't like just understand nuclear thermophysics. Like, if you don't, like, if your brain is not doing calculus 24/7 365, you're never going to understand that playbook.
But his brain is doing Mandarin, so why couldn't he get it?
It's a different
Mandarin is a liberal art.
Yes, it's true.
That's art for liberals. They can't do math.
It's a good point. To Ty's response to Ben Simmons was the top 3 defender. I agree Ben was a very good defender and was awesome, especially in that playoffs. But like, Tatum's cooked Ben before. the top elite guys cook Ben.
I
Like
also kind of agree with
Luka-
this high take that he's not. He was miscast as a number one
I
guy.
agree, but I think that might be one thing that people might have, including myself, might have miscast him as the number one option, because now he's like the second or third option depending on the night, and he can be really effective in that role. Maybe I was wrong there, but all right, Ant or Jalen Green? How is this even a question, dude? If you were not a Houston Rockets fan, I know you are a Houston Rockets fan. If you're not a Houston Rockets fan, this is like, it's not even a question.
I give Ant right now, but like
5 years.
give
from
it
now?
a year, give it 2 years, maybe
I think
three. I think
Jalen
Jalen Green could do it.
I think Jalen Green's a really good prospect. It's not even hating on that. Ant has a level of hooper, a level of athleticism, a level of improvement year to year and in season that I've maybe never seen. Like, I was so wrong on Anthony Edwards. It's crazy. I was like, LaMelo's the only good player at the top of this draft kind of guy. And Ant totally proved me wrong there. And I think that he's really, really good. I think Ant's personality might bias me a little bit too.
I thought you hated Jalen Green.
Jalen Green's really good. But also, I am skeptical of guys who are really good for the last month of their rookie season. Like the last month, like the last 3 months, 4 months. Okay. That's what Ant did last year. All right, fine. The last month though, it's like no one gives a shit. Like that's why I'm still a Cade skeptic. I'm sorry. I am. I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be like all-star, sub-all-star level. I don't think he's going to be like a top 15 guy. I just don't see it.
I've been absolutely buck wild on the Pistons rebuild like the last 2 weeks. I kind of buy it. I kind of buy the whole thing. And I think you're smoking reefer a little bit about this Jeremy Grant trade. I'm not going to lie.
You don't think
I have a little beef with it.
So you wouldn't trade Jeremy Grant for 2 first-round picks?
I kind of think that if either Jalen Smith or Paolo Banchero is
Jalen Smith or Jabari Smith?
Jabari Smith. Jalen Smith, I was caught on draft guys that I love that are also ass now. But yeah, Jabari Smith, if either of the 2 top picks, if they get a top 2 pick, if either of those guys are what they're advertised to be, why couldn't they be the Cavaliers?
Okay, so Cade plus Jabari.
Cade, Jabari, or Paolo, they get a center.
Okay.
They have to get a center.
Okay.
Either all of my dreams and fantasies come true and Luka Garza is a real basketball player, but I'm not holding out hope for that.
Well, they seem to be in love with the idea of Isaiah Stewart, who I do not think is very good.
Which I like Isaiah Stewart, but
he's fine.
He's a 6'8" center. Like you have to get some guy that's 7 feet tall that can play like a couple of minutes, right?
I also don't trust the guys that he doesn't have any it's like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like he looks like Geodude.
Yes. He's very
angular.
Yeah.
You could I could imagine if you kissed him, you would cut yourself.
Yeah.
Also, I was gonna say,
all right, let's get more up in here.
Phil Stable guy is really posting up a storm on Twitter. I don't personally follow him. It's really all over the place.
Jack?
Yes.
What is he saying?
Things
you can't repeat?
You just have
this
to
one. That's when I have a hot take.
Okay, hold on. Before you speak, I joke with Jack. Anytime he comes on the podcast, I feel like he's got a bunch of Sixers fans that follow him because of the podcast. And then he'll tweet I'm gay and I love to whatever. But but people don't know that he's actually bi. So they'll think that, and he'll tweet stuff about bisexual stuff doesn't. He's like, bis don't exist. And then I'm like, but you are bi, and like I get it because I know you, but people who listen to my podcast don't know that you're not actually hating on this. So that's the context that I'll add there. So anyway, go with your start bench cut with Fred VanVleet, Drew Holiday, and Darius Garland.
I'm gonna get murdered. I'm gonna get murdered tonight. I'm cutting Drew Holiday. I'm gonna get shot. I'm gonna get.
who are you
someone's
starting?
gonna absolutely destroy me online for this. I'm cutting Drew Holiday.
Are you betting on yourself and starting Fred VanVleet?
You're fucking goddamn right. I'm betting on myself and starting Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet is the new Steve Nash. I formulated this take like 6 months ago. I'm sticking with
like
it.
a year ago.
What?
I feel like you told us that in the Discord, right? Like,
oh yeah, like
ago.
I've been on this for months. Like I really think that that he is going to have. He's going to be a guy that is going to win an inexplicable MVP at 34 years old. You're just going to be like, what the fuck's going on? Scotty Barnes should have probably won this award, but you're going to give it to Fred because he has 9 assists. And all 9 assists are going to Scotty.
Hold on. I'm looking this up right now. Steve Nash was not 33 when he won.
No, he was like, what, 31, 32, right? For his back-to-backs?
Hold on. The fact that Steve Nash only made like, what, 6 All-Star teams, 7 All-Star teams, and won an MVP is kind of funny.
It rules. It sucks. I see the point of like it being like a thing where he like the second MVP especially was like a robbery MVP.
Who did he rob? Shaq?
Everything I've heard was that was supposed to be the Kobe MVP. Like that was like Kobe's like big year was 2006, I believe.
Yeah, but Kobe was on a really bad team.
He was Shaqless and like he was still cooking. I also want to.
He averaged over like 30 that year. Yeah. But
like, if we're giving Kobe Bryant like in absentia MVPs, I've fucking had enough. Like, just give it to Tracy. I would do anything it takes to make Tracy McGrady an MVP.
T-Mac better, sadly. I mean, keep it a buck. If Tracy McGrady is on those Lakers teams,
oh, they win everything for like at least until he like just has that like. If we're continuing with the timeline where like he goes to Houston and just like dies in front of your eyes, like that's still like 5 titles with him and Shaq.
Yeah, I think him and Shaq win at least 4 or 5 titles together for sure. I think Kobe's. I mean, you'll never hear me say it on Twitter because I don't want to get like my address tweeted out or whatever. But I think Kobe's one of the most overrated players of all time by a pretty wide margin. A very, very good player, but also like whatever. Yeah, no, I would start Garland. I would bench. I think I'd bench Drew, dude. Like I like Fred. I like Fred a lot. I do, but I'm also like, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Drew also sucked last year in the playoffs, offensively for like most of it, and Milwaukee won anyway. I don't know. It's close to me. Drew and Darius are okay.
The 2012-2013 Wichita State Shockers men's basketball team is a religious experience for me to like rewatch.
A 20 what?
The 2012 when Fred was a freshman.
Okay, so Ron Baker, Fred.
Yep. And I think it was, hold on, who's on this team? There's like one other guy that played in the NBA for like 5 minutes on this team.
Yeah. Drew made the ballsiest play in NBA Finals history. Sure. One single play. This is
Clee Anthony early. Cleanthony Early, Knicks legend Cleanthony Early was on that team.
That is a throwback. I'm trying to pull up some other.
But yeah, I remember distinctly saying that year in freshman geometry class that Fred VanVleet was a top 10 pick in the 2012 draft, and he did not get drafted for another 3.5 years. And still ended up being good. So, like, that's how I fundamentally understand.
I mean, he's like
basketball.
Yeah,
that's how I know that like I'm right all the time and everyone else is wrong.
Are you talking about Fred VanVleet?
Oh, absolutely.
OG Obanobi.
Also, did you see Jack's Twitter?
Why is everyone talking about Jack's Twitter? What's
because
going
he's
on?
posting circumcision memes at
he literally
11:18 p.m.
boy Hitler.
Eastern Standard Time.
What did he say?
You heard me.
Okay, no, I don't repeat it.
Okay.
Our Jack already tried to get me canceled once tonight. So.
Oh yeah, you were on the Michael Hastings speed run, dude.
What do you mean?
You know Michael Hastings, like I think he reported for BuzzFeed. He like was against the Patriot Act, so the CIA rigged his car so that it would accelerate into a palm tree, and then he died in a fiery explosion because he was gonna leak what the Patriot Act was about. That's not even a joke. We're CIA. You can come find me. My IP is unprotected. Take me to Langley right now. I'll tell all your secrets.
Daryl Morey, if you're listening to this, you know the vibes. I'm very drunk. I think my girlfriend's home.
Sick for
All right,
you.
I should probably go. I should probably end this. Not my life.
Understandable.
The
Have a nice
stream.
day.
No one thought that's what you were talking about.
What do you mean? I'm
that we're
very
ending
drunk.
in a Michael Hastings, though.
Oi, how you doing, bro? It's my cousin. It's all good.
We're ending it on CIA killing journalist conspiracies.
Dude, we were talking about Gaddafi.
It's not a conspiracy, dude. It's the truth. I will continue for the good of the stream.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
You guys might have to keep bringing up topics that might have to interject.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Don Silver wants to know: will Zion be a Knick?
Will Zion
Yes.
be? Hold on, let's bring that up on the screen. I need it on the screen. Will Zion be a Knick? Yes, I think
Yeah.
eventually. Yeah,
Probably. I don't see why you would get Cam Reddish and then never play him a fucking second unless that was the whole point was to get Zion Williamson.
No, but the funniest thing was that he wasn't even like him, RJ, and Cam weren't like him and RJ were cool, but apparently Cam was not even cool with them.
Oh, really?
No, I don't think they like hated each other, but I don't think he was like I don't think RJ and Cam were friends at all.
Fascinating. I
Yeah.
kind of thought I have kind of a hot take for you, a Cam Reddish hot take, if you will.
Okay.
I think a lot of early and like kind of current Cam, like outside of like, obviously he's playing like garbage, like his numbers are bad, you know, that's a reasonable thing to get mad at him about. But I kind of think if he played for like UNLV or like Villanova or like any other team, but just being the third wheel guy at Duke, like he probably would have been like an all-time bust. Like someone would have taken him like top 3.
That's actually not a bad point. Like where like I do wonder. Like I got shit for this from people for a little bit. Like I've been saying that about Jonathan Kuminga, where I feel like Jonathan Kuminga's like Aaron Gordon. Okay, my cat is pulling on my laptop. Sorry. He wants my attention because it's almost time to feed him. But where I feel like Kuminga's like an Aaron Gordon type, where like if you gave him the ball all the time, you would be like, oh, this guy sucks. But then you don't give him the ball all the time, and he just cuts and he drives and he has these defensive moments, and you're like, this guy's really good. Like, I think that context is really important for all that stuff, and I think the Cam Reddish comp is interesting because Cam still looks like such a good player. Like, when he has moments, you're like, holy fuck, but those moments only happen like once a month.
Yeah. Kuminga, though, like this is based entirely on him playing for what, like the 3.5, like the 3 or 4 games that he was really good in the G League Ignite team.
Yes.
I think that there are like maybe, like you could give him 5, maybe 6 possessions the entire game where he's allowed to just cook.
Yeah.
And like he'd be fine.
For sure.
Like I kind of think he's another, him and Wiseman just like destroy me. Like I've become so anti-Kerr. I think he's leading an elitist movement. All he cares about is like making sure that like Draymond and Steph understand the system, which
right.
Correct. Like that's what I would do too. But why are you drafting 3 19-year-olds to do this? Suck it up, get Corey Kispert. You know what I mean? Like
I agree with that.
Like, mid 23-year-old.
I agree. I thought that they like. Well, did they pass on Franz Wagner, or was he the pick before them? Like a Franz Wagner would have even made more sense for me. A little bit older, connective piece, guy who could whatever. I didn't like Chris Duarte. I liked Moses Moody, but I understand. I understand like drafting for the now more so than like let's draft for upside, because like what is like the best player that they've drafted has been Jordan Poole, and they got him at the end of the first round. Like sometimes this shit is just random. Like sometimes this shit is just like fucking these guys pop off and you can't even anticipate it. Like just get sometimes you can get the sure thing at the top of the draft, and you can just plug him in and let him play.
Are you out on Duarte though? As a player,
I'm not out on Duarte, but I'm like, what? Like
he's 25 already.
Yeah, he's 25. Like he's fine. Like I don't know. Like if he was on the Sixers, I would be like, this is our best two-way wing.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like if he was like, because I'm looking at this draft. You're right. They took Kuminga 1 pick before Franz Wagner, and like
fucking.
If they took,
and yes, the answer is yes. And
yeah,
I am about to pass out. I'm very drunk.
Jokes.
Thomas Bryan wants to know: are we sure that Poole is better than Kuminga?
100%.
Right now, absolutely. Yes.
As a prospect, also yes.
I mean,
I love my Jersey boys.
Could be better.
Okay, over under All-Star teams: Kuminga versus Poole.
I might have to swallow my pride and agree with TB here.
No,
because I think if he goes to any other team but Golden State, I think that's a possibility.
Maybe
because Jordan Poole is what? Like he's like, I really think he's like just a starter. Maybe like he's a spot starter. He's like Lou Williams.
No, he's a star, dude. I'm telling you, I think that he's going to be, at worst, fringe all-star type. At worst, he's a CJ McCollum. He's good, dude. He's really good. Kuminga's all theoretical. Kuminga's, I saw an insane dunk, good. Jordan Poole is, I have games where I am the best player on the court, good. And
yes, but have you considered that number 1 from New Jersey, 2 also bet on himself.
Kuminga?
Yeah.
Kuminga's from Jersey and also bet on himself?
Yes, he absolutely bet on himself.
Hands up.
You know, what are you
supposed
to do?
I didn't know that he would bet on himself.
You know?
Wait, did Jordan Poole bet on himself?
I feel like if you're a second round pick, you absolutely bet on yourself.
He was a first round pick, but it was the end
Was
of the
he?
first.
That's
End of the
fine.
first.
If you're like, what is he? I'm looking this up right now.
20. Can I guess? Can I guess which pick he
Yes,
was?
please guess.
He's the 29th pick.
28th, you're one off.
Fuck!
That's a bet on yourself pick though, for sure.
I know that's a better. Yeah.
That's a bet on
if
yourself. That's a guaranteed bet on yourself pick.
If you're anything past the 20th pick, you can bet on your. You can make merch that says "bet on yourself." You can say "I'm Mr. Bet on Yourself." You can say "It's me, the bet on yourself guy."
Okay, but you've only really bet on yourself if you have like bet on yourself merch. Otherwise, it's just empty rhetoric.
It's true, actually. Can we bring up some of the Fred VanVleet bet on yourself merch? Can we bring it up on the screen? Hold on.
You can't measure how sad I was that he got rid of the flip flops, dude.
He had bet on yourself flip flops.
He had bet on yourself flip flops that were just like the slides that just said bet on yourself like across both slides in like Arial font. Like they were the shittiest product ever, and they
Fred
were like
VanVleet is a king.
$60. I needed them so bad.
I need him, dude. Fred VanVleet is such a king. It's crazy. I literally like. I could see Maxey doing something like that. Where like in a few years, where he just has like his own merch line that's like the Max Attack or something. I don't know. Maxi contract. You know what I mean? Like maybe he's trying to like bet on himself and go for a max contract. Whew. All right, folks.
Ooh. Okay, that was a spicy Norm move. If I'm up to date,
What's the score?
It's 56-53.
With how much time left?
10 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay, cool. I'm on the same time as you then. Herb Jones betting on himself getting to the hoop.
Wow, God. Paul Reed already does that. I agree. I think Paul Reed deserves a lot. I am definitely Paul-pilled.
Paul Reed, 2 picks away from betting on himself, if you think about it.
what's your take? Because you've been a little sour on him.
I don't dislike Paul Reed. I just think Paul Reed needs to go to a team where he can suck. Like if Paul Reed was on a bad team for 2 years, he'd probably come out a good player on the other side.
Like if he was Kenrick Williams, like if you just swap the two.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if he went to OKC or like he went to Sacramento or he went to like the current iteration of the Magic.
Okay.
Like,
the Magic I see.
If you just let him cook for a little bit, I think in 2 years from now you'd be like, wow, that Paul Reed's pretty good. But now on the Sixers, it's like you have a coach who's like, every time you fuck up, I'm gonna pull you immediately, and I'm gonna put in I'm gonna put in a guy who has not been good since Michael Jordan was in the league. Literally, and he has the same last name too. It's a funny bit that I do. I'm very committed to it, and you will be a victim of the bit. And I would literally rather lose my job than ever change. I'm kind of proud of DeAndre Jordan in a way, you know? Imagine being that shitty at your job, but all of your friends are like, no, he's actually really good at it. And you can be so shitty at it for 6 years, and your friends are like, nah, he's cool. Give him 18 mil. Like, he's fine. All of his friends who are like Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, Doc Rivers, LeBron James. Like that's awesome. It's amazing. It's actually amazing if you think about it. It's
I would love to be in his shoes. You know what I mean? Like, you have to show up and you get to do nothing. You get to be the worst player anyone's ever seen in the entire world. So, he's been washed for 7 years, and yet he's not even this was the first time he got a minimum contract. Like, that's astounding.
That's actually a good point. He got $44 million after he was bad.
Yeah.
Wow. Reggie fucking Jackson is cooking right now, dude. This is okay. All right. All I'm saying is all that I am saying is that the Clippers, they got that dog in them.
Oh, dude, I'm here for it. One of my Parms picks is playing. I didn't even realize he got minutes.
Whomst?
Najee Marshall.
Oh, Najee Marshall's playing? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Mark, you know that's Mark Schindler's GOAT, right?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's so
Yeah.
Najee Marshall pilled.
Him and Bol, I was so stoked for that draft. That was like such a sick combo of guys to get.
Who did Najee Marshall get drafted by?
He's a Nugget.
Oh, I didn't know he got drafted by the Nuggets.
Yeah, I don't know how he got to New Orleans. I guess they just got rid of him.
Would Najee Marshall be the best two-way wing on the Sixers?
Probably.
Who's the best two-way wing on the Sixers? I've been thinking a lot about it.
It's probably Danny Green if we're gonna say two-way.
Oh my god, that's
that's what I was gonna say too, which is revolting to consider like a 57-year-old man with an AARP card is our best two-way player.
Danny Green? Yeah, because Niang is one way. Thybulle is one way. Honestly, do you even consider Tobias a wing?
No,
because he bangs.
Yeah.
He loves it. This is why I even like when it was peak Tobias hate o'clock.
Yeah.
He's a dog.
Is he?
He loves the post. He loves to go at like large men. That's dog behavior.
He doesn't dive for loose balls though.
That's true.
That's the dog meter. You got to dive for loose balls. Tobias,
but like a Bichon Freeze is a dog.
But Tobias is
like
he's like halfway between a dog and a hooper, but he's not good enough at either to be beloved by either community.
This is true.
You know what I'm saying? Also, the Sixers win the finals if Willie Green is the coach, by the way, or Ty Lue.
Holy fuck, are you shitting me right now?
What?
I think you're ahead of me. Did you see that Nick Batum inbound 3 to...
What's your timestamp?
I'm at 120 in the second.
Oh my god.
Oh no, now I'm at 8:22 in the third. Okay, here we go. Dude, fucking Estonia, like the Estonian stream is just ass backwards. That's what's fucking me up. It keeps pausing me to tell me that like I have to watch an ad now. And I have ad block on.
You and Daniel somehow got the same stream?
Oh yeah. No, well, of course we do. That's how do you what stream site do you think what friend do you think I hit up for my stream site, dude?
No, I know you and Daniel. It's just funny to me because we were talking during the game earlier. We're like, Daniel, what time are you at? And you're like, there's 5 minutes left. We're like, there's 1 minute and 30 left in the game.
Yeah.
I
don't care about the spoilers though. Tell me what's going on. I just saw a sweet Nick Batum move, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. It's so awesome for Nick Batum to be like kind of like good now.
He's such a Sixer, dude. It's crazy. All right,
please, God, no. I can't do it.
He's gonna be a Sixer next year.
For real?
Correct. Probably.
Why? Why do you trust him though?
Actually, this might be, but Paul Reed's a big.
We can pretend he's a wing.
He's large.
Terrence Mann takes Terrence Mann better, sadly. Love Terrence Mann.
Terrence Mann pretty good.
Again,
pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good at basketball. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Terrence Mann, benched by Doc Rivers, literally never played. He was all right. My favorite thing about that was he was 24. They were like, "Well, he's young," and I'm like, "He's like fucking 24."
Mhm.
He would, if he was in the league for 4 years, you would be like, "Oh, this guy's a veteran."
It kind of messes me up that him and Trey Man have the same last name and they're not brothers.
It is weird.
I assumed they were brothers for so long, and then I saw Trey because he plays for the Thunder now, right? Trey Man.
Yeah.
I saw him and I'm like, you're not brothers.
You don't
Like,
look
why was I
alike
being
at all.
lied
Nothing
to
wrong.
for years?
Yeah. So Trey Man, little nugget.
Didn't they also play for
No, Florida and Florida State.
Florida State? Okay.
There you go.
Both Florida teams, both Florida
Right.
guys.
Yeah. So Trey Man, do you know what pick he was drafted with?
No.
The pick that the Sixers traded to the LA Clippers for Tobias Harris.
Ugh, disgusting.
That's kind of gross.
Yeah, I know. And then they traded it in the Paul George trade for Paul George.
Going back to Rapatino
No,
for a second.
Before Rick Pitino talk, Trey Man is goated sadly, and I love him, and he's a hooper, and he was number 1 on my board, and then eventually I became Jaden Springer pilled. But anyway, keep going.
Another completely just awesome underrated college coach, Leonard Hamilton, Florida State.
For Florida State, yeah, no, Florida State turns out a lot of good players, dude.
It's just so awesome that like people are like Patrick Williams goated sadly, and dude was a fucking like 7th man.
He's also
for
not
Florida
good.
State. Like that's so sick. That's so sick to be like, oh, this guy's a lotto pick that people are going to like absolutely shit themselves over. Let me give him 12 minutes a game, and then like still like achieve in the tournament. Like that rules.
So that is very funny and a good bit. Marvin Williams was the original version of this. Marvin Williams played like 20 minutes a game, I think, in college. He was the 6th or 7th man for that UNC team back in 2006, 2005, whenever he was drafted. And like everyone was like, why are they drafting a bench player? Like, well, this doesn't happen. And then he went to the NBA and he turned out to be pretty good, but it took a while. He was viewed as a bust originally, and then it took like 3 or 4 years.
He also has the sickest contract in the NBA.
Who? Marvin Williams?
Him. Timothy. Was it Timothy Mozgov on the Hornets?
Yeah.
And then Nick Batum combined for like $80 million a year, while Kemba was on that $10 million a year deal.
Oh yeah.
And it's just delightful. Like they're like 3 max players just being absolutely carried by a guy that like is a barely above a mid-level exception.
Yeah.
Is quintessential Hornets. Like that's so sick.
So Marty Teller, shout out to Marty, the guy. He was looking around the NBA years ago. I remember he would talk about when before the Sixers traded for Tobias, he was like, the Sixers need to trade for Kemba Walker because he was about to expire. He was on that $11 million contract. And he was like, Sixers win the chip if they get Kemba that year, right? Kemba, Jimmy, Ben, Embiid, JJ Redick, I guess.
Wait, how do you trade for that? What do you trade Markelle for Kemba?
You could trade whatever you traded for Tobias. But maybe
that's like what is that? Landry Shamet and picks?
Mm-hmm.
And like Wilson Chandler?
But Kemba was expiring.
Was he on that? Was he like actually like a guy that If that didn't happen, that's super dumb.
Well, I don't think it was like on the table, but I think he was
Yeah,
like
that absolutely would have won a
That
title.
must have been when Kemba, because if Jimmy was on the team, then that means that was when Kemba dropped 60. So yeah, he was that guy.
Yeah, he was incredible.
That definitely happened because then Horford came to the Sixers and the Celtics got Kemba.
Mhm.
Correct. So yeah. So my point is that he was expiring and that they should have made a fucking a Godfather offer for Kemba
Absolutely.
instead of Tobias. Then you have your perimeter creator. Then you have Jimmy to lean on. Then you have Jimmy and Ben as your defensive wings with Joel on the back line. That would have been a fucking insanely good team. And then after that, the other thing that he looked around the league for was who's the guy that could outperform his contract. And the guy he always picked for around the time was Zach LaVine. He was like, dude, we should get Zach LaVine because he only makes like $18 million, and this guy could be an all-star. But no one thought of Zach LaVine that way at the time. And turned out he was really fucking good.
I'm stunned that he is as good as he is right now. To be quite honest with you. I thought he was like just a dunk contest, like merchant. Like he was like, he just showed up All-Star Weekend because Chicago is a major metropolitan area that like you gotta put him in front of the cameras because like the city means something. He's like actually been really good, and it's stunning that they've been this good while Nick Vucevic is this ass.
I know. Well, Vooch sucks now. Like his defense is horrible.
Well, he was never that good at defense, but the problem was just he's just like nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can't hit. He can't even hit big shots. Like every Bulls fan says he misses. He's like their Tobias, where like he misses every open shot that he gets, and you're like, fuck.
Question for you: if they forego one of the picks that they got back for Vooch,
yes,
instead of just like they traded Wendell Carter and picks,
so
right?
they just keep Wendell Carter.
Or if they trade for Vooch and it also includes Mo Bamba. Do you think Mo Bamba makes it like, because I think he was spectacular this year. He was a revelation to me. I really thought he was like just bad. And like I've every time I've tuned into a Magic game, I was like pleasantly surprised with what he's up to. I kind of don't think that he's built for a contender, but I kind of think that like he might like Sixers might have won the finals with Mo Bamba instead of Ben Simmons. You know? That kind of spacing from a big man, you know, that kind of deep shooting from a 5. You never know.
So they're running an Embiid and Bamba lineups.
Yeah, why not? Who's gonna stop you?
How does he defend in space? Is he really good on the perimeter?
He's long and fast. He's Marvin Bagley. Like same tools. Like he's big, long, fast. Like he could maybe play power forward.
Well, why would
maybe do it?
Why would you even want to put him in that position? Like just make him the backup center. I mean, unless
I would do that, but then I probably would play them together.
I think Morey is so sicko-pilled that he will never, ever, 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 ever spend money on guards or centers because we have Maxey, Embiid, and Harden.
That's absolutely true.
He's just so like one track. Like if I'm going to spend my money, if I'm going to spend the things that I have on these guys, I'm going to get guys who can play big minutes in the playoffs next to them, which honestly isn't the worst idea. But the thing is,
the team needs wings and like a wing forward-ish type player that can just shoot a lot of threes and just not be bad on defense.
Well, we could have literally just had Robert Covington for free, and we said no, thank you.
Trill, let me get you out of your stupor real quick. Let me get your gears pumping real quick. Who is Maury's George Niang for
Like,
going into next year?
This
Who
next
is his
year?
who is his scam guy that like he gets for beans that ultimately ends up being like the
He's pretty
sixth
good.
best, most important player on the team?
Caleb Martin.
I saw that. I kind of think it's the other one.
Cody.
Yeah. Like he's gonna show up on like some podcast and then be like, we're looking for market inefficiencies. Genetically speaking, there's no difference between Cody and Caleb Martin. They're the same human being fundamentally.
But isn't Cody better?
Yeah, but genetically speaking, they're the same human being. They're identical twins. The eggs split, and they created two people instead of one. Technically speaking, they're the same guy. They just have different names. Who is to say that the other one, who's a little ass, isn't just as good as the one that's good? They're the same human. And you can get one guy for $900,000 a year instead of like what Cody Martin's probably worth like 6 or 7 right now. He's like an MLE guy.
This is so brilliant. I can't even take it. Yeah, this is overwhelmingly brilliant.
This is the same logic I think that teams convince themselves are like, yeah, we're gonna get Robin Lopez and he's gonna shoot threes now. Like they just convince themselves that because he's technically the same human being as Brooke Lopez that he'll like learn how to shoot threes.
It's true, but then he plays like a fucking. He's in the 1960s with his like awkward hook shot. All right, let's Baller SP says Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish is not a free agent. I don't know how many times I have to tell Baller SP he's not a free agent. Cody Martin, yes, yeah. Luke is goated. He's the one who even gave me that idea. TJ Warren.
Assuming TJ Warren is actually alive.
I know that's the problem. I think he like put his foot in a George Foreman grill. He pulled the Michael Scott. I don't know if he'll be able to ever play again. All right, let's see. Do we have any other suggestions? I mean, like, who is like an off the radar guy? David Nwaba, is he a free agent? Because he's so Nwaba pilled. He loves Nwaba, dude.
Wait, is he on Houston?
Yeah, he's on Houston because Morey signed him there.
I feel like Houston.
The Clippers are pulling away at
No.
this game, by the way.
Answer is negatory.
Nah,
he expires next season and then has a team option.
Okay.
Both for the Furcon deal. He's a
Okay.
delightful
All right,
$5 million a year guy.
I'll be right back. This is incredible research.
Listen, they say I can't type. I can search though. I had that search function on me. Ooh, Peter, you want to talk about another guy, Zylan Cheatham?
Who? No, the Sixers cannot sign Dorian Finney-Smith. He just re-signed to the Mavs.
Zylan Cheatham. He plays for the I'm absolutely obliterating this man's name because he doesn't have the pronunciation on Wikipedia. He plays for the Birmingham Squadron of the NBA Gatorade League at the moment. I think he was on the Jazz like last year. He's a guy. I just saw him randomly when I was going through the 2020 NBA draft. I thought he was relevant.
One thing I want to, because someone's like, well, Trill brought up like, well, why didn't we just like sign Rocco? But the one thing I don't always that I sometimes give executives or like other front office people like the benefit of the doubt. Like do they always know like what is available at like all times? Like I feel like you don't always know what's going on unless you like actively, unless you're actually like engaged within negotiations with them. how would you know who's available? Like, I bet because like I feel like no one would have ever thought that Portland would be that stupid and just sell everything for like no reason whatsoever.
So what I have to like my retort to that is, did you see the Matisse thing that he did? That's normally a really vapid podcast that JJ Redick and Tommy Alter, Old Man in the Three.
Yeah,
like it's normally like really bad. Like it's borderline like not watchable. Like it's just like
if they have good guests on, it can be good. Like
Yeah.
they can have snippets and stuff that
So-
are decent. Yeah.
They had Matisse on pre being canceled for being like the world's dumbest human being. But he was like adamant that there was not a single team in the NBA that was going to draft him besides the Sixers. Like it kind of broke my idea of how the draft works a little bit, because like not a single other team was willing to draft him because he just found out the Sixers wanted him at the pick that they wanted him at. And every other team that called him and his agent, he would just like hang up the phone like it's a crank call and like not answer them so that he would fall.
Yeah.
So I think that if they set their eyes on a guy, they know exactly if he's available and exactly what he is worth.
But also keep in mind that was such a well-known secret that the Celtics were like, we'll take Thybulle on the chance that they would have to keep Thybulle.
Mm-hmm.
And
See,
like Thybulle is ultimately a fine pick for where he went, but also like I think he probably like he was still projected to be an end of the first round pick.
Yeah,
like he was not someone I was interested in. I was extremely the two guys that I liked in that draft a lot were Cam Johnson and Carson Edwards. So two kind of really opposite sides of the spectrum in terms of where they went and how they are as NBA players.
it does make you think about Maxey a little bit, though. No,
What do you mean?
because if what he's saying is true, and there's not like a player, Jose Alvarado is going absolutely fucking bonkers right now. By the way,
Love that guy.
good for him.
But like, if you believe that Matisse said that he was just like basically like like he was just like just hanging up on like NBA teams the way that you would hang up on like someone trying to give you your car warranty back. Like, if he just did that enough times to get down to 21, is that how the fucking NBA draft works? Like,
No.
if you're a top talent player, can you just like say like I'm never fucking answering Vivek Randivaev's phone in my entire life? I will never answer this man's phone calls and then not get drafted to the Kings.
The funniest thing is that the only example I can think of that's recent is a guy who got drafted by the Kings. Tyrese Halliburton. He told the Knicks, don't draft me. He told the Suns, don't draft me. He told a bunch of teams, don't draft me. Because I want to go to a situation where I'm the guy.
Yeah. Also, being a New Jersey resident, I have to plug the king of this to me, which is Eli. I know he's an anti-Eagle. He's kind of an ass QB, but like him doing that to the Chargers is so goated.
Yeah.
I'm having his dad call the Chargers and be like, he's never signing with you. He'll just play in college. Like, I know you're not doing this. And then they have to draft Phil Rivers. Like, that's kind of a power move. That's kind of goated.
Kind of a power move, but also kind of funny because, like, ultimately they ended up having the same careers in terms of production. The difference is that Eli was on two better teams and had some crazy runs and won 2 Super Bowls. Like, could have easily happened with Phillip Rivers too.
Mm-hmm.
See, but I hate stuff like that, like, Steph, telling, I know Steph, was like telling teams or whatever, like, don't, because he wanted to go to the Knicks so badly.
Yeah, and then the Warriors were like, fuck you. We're drafting you anyway, and now you're going to be the greatest player in the history of our franchise.
Yeah, like 9 times out of 10, I would probably just call the player's bluff,
Yeah.
And especially if, I guess, like the only place where that could, like, almost definitely backfire is, I guess, if they were just like a freshman superstar and they say, "Oh, I want to stay in the league, I want to stay in college," but at the same time, it's still so much money
Yeah.
to possibly piss away. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, dude, you're never turning down that money. I'll tell you that much, brother.
Ooh. I just saw an elite post. Baller SP, our nation's finest, ranking these journalists: Keith Pompey, Austin Krell, and Scoop B.
Are you acting like I didn't just put this on the screen?
Oh no! Wait, no, I didn't. I was watching the game. I didn't even notice you put that up. That's sick. Yes, the answer is Austin Krell.
Austin 1,
Keith 2.
Keith 2, Pompey Scoop B 3.
Yeah, and that's just based off of like their love and tolerance of bits being done upon them. You know?
It's true. Scoop B has me blocked, and Keith does not.
Does he really?
Yes. Scoop B posted blocked me because I kept bringing up the time that he said that the Oklahoma City Thunder were going to cut or buy out Chris Paul so he could sign with the Lakers when he had $120 million left on his contract. And I was like, anytime he would tweet anything, I would just be like, hey, remember that time you said that thing that was obviously wrong? And if you took 5 seconds out of your time, this was after he was traded for Russ. So Russ got traded to the Russ got
traded to the Rockets, right?
Rockets, yeah. And they were like, he was like, Chris Paul's going to get bought out so he can sign with the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is never going to happen.
No.
Why are you spreading this false information? This is objectively wrong.
That's a hot take from like what, 2012 when he was supposed to go to the Lakers and David Stern told him no.
Yes. Okay. Keep in mind, Chris Paul was the president of the Players Association at the time. He cannot take a buyout.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're the president of the Players Association, you cannot take a buyout. Like, that's kind of in the rules. Like, the unwritten rules, as they would say. I can't believe we've been streaming for 5 hours.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is really funny.
This is incredible dedication to the bit. I tweeted earlier and I said, how funny is it going to be? Or no, maybe I said it in the Discord when I said it's going to be really, really funny if the Clippers still win this game. And they're going to.
Yeah, they're absolutely gonna. It rocks.
Amazing.
I was so wrong. I was absolutely wrong. I would absolutely take Ronald Torres back for a prospect. Name one. This is me stone fucking cold. Give me Ronnie Toe back for literally any minor league player that isn't actually that I don't know of, and you can have him. But regardless, I totally lost track of that. That was we got Phillies posting in the chat. Hold on. No, back to what I was saying. Austin Krell, best journalist of all time, because Jackson Frank absolutely would not fucking allow himself to be made into literally 6 different Eminem characters online. He would have quit after the first one. There's not a damn chance that Jackson Frank sits around for the fucking blue Eminem. Not a damn chance. Austin Krell is goated for that. Did you see his article? Did Daniel talk about the article?
No, Daniel just said the artwork.
Yeah, it's so sick. That's so fucking awesome. Some 55-year-old man with like upsettingly good eyesight for an old man is gonna like look at that and be like, why is this man in Eminem like serving up an L in his hand like this? Like, why the fuck is that happening?
It's so true, dude. It's so true. All right. I don't think I can keep going much longer, so I'm gonna end this broadcast after almost 5 hours. Peace, friends.
God bless.
Have fun.
Enjoy yourself.
Take care. Peace
Drink
and love
H2O.
to everyone.